Hold up. Yeah, I think I messed up. Yeah, I accidentally put in the wrong microphone. Darn it. Darn it. I'm such an idiot. Alright. Um, looks like I fixed the issue. It was really simple, but if anyone read that, I'm not going to just reread that. Yeah, it was 100% on me. Alright, let's see. Walker County, Alabama, Part 2. All right, continue. Another time when I was young with my sister who shared the back bedroom with at the time, who I shared the back bedroom with at the time, was our grandma's house, spending the night. I had gone to bed but wasn't asleep. My mom had my bedroom window open so air could get in. It was hot that night. The back of the house was The back of the house was high off the ground. Consequently, at the bottom of my bedroom, there was 8 feet off the ground. I had been lying there on my back when I rolled over on my stomach towards the window. My foot went off the bed on the window side and wound up being a few inches from it. All of a sudden, something touched my foot. I don't remember if it grabbed my foot or what, but the screen ripped, the curtain fell, and I scrambled off the bed, off my feet, out of my bedroom, into the living room where my mom was. She had heard the commotion and saw what happened. I was crying. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her what happened. She went to my bedroom and saw a hole in the screen and that the curtain was down. She also saw how it was hanging halfway out of the window. She didn't know what to think, so she called Dad from at home from work. He had come home to check out and walked around the house before coming in. He said he hadn't seen anything at first. At first, he didn't believe him. It wasn't until he saw the curtain hang out of the window that he believed her. He couldn't figure out. We didn't have any problem with prowlers. At first, they thought I had stuck my foot through the screen. I don't think that's what happened because I wasn't sleeping yet. I just couldn't have done that. That's creepy. All right. So. So we just did Alabama. Alaska. There's only 2 of them in Alaska as well. Natuska Valley, Alaska. My encounter took place many years ago. I never had the faintest explanation for it till a couple of months ago when I randomly stumbled across Dogman on the internet. Okay, that one from Alabama, that 2-part was creepy as hell. That is a terrifying encounter. Um, I was in my early 20s working swing shift at the time and commuting about 100 miles each way. So it was usually around 2 in the morning by the time I got home. I saw a monster, as I call it, north on the northernmost section of Trunk Road in the Matanuska Valley in Alaska. This area is almost smack in between the towns of Palm. Let's look that up. Google Maps. Just want to get an idea. So it's near Anchorage, actually. It's like from Anchorage, it's according to Google Maps, it's 44.6 miles. All right. Seems like a good distance. I was only around 10 miles from home at that point, so it must have been around 2 a.m. I guess there should have been a period. I don't mean to be grammar Nazi, but there should be a period here. So Trump is a narrow 2-lane road consisting of nothing but twists and turns. The surrounding terrain is somewhat swampy and thick with black spruce. It was late October, days before Halloween. There was no snow on the ground, but it was cool enough to be wary of ice. I was driving an 82 Subaru Esta. I'm not sure. Just an 82 Subaru. Why don't we just refer to it as that for now on? Going around 20 miles per hour around the curve when my headlight caught a large, dark figure ahead. I'm bad at judging distance, maybe 6 hard lengths away. I instinctively let off the gas, coasting closer. At first, I assumed it was a moose as the area is infested with them, but no, it was standing upright. Bear? Then? No, not a bear. It looked so strange, tall enough to be an uncommonly large bear, but far too slender, and it looked like it had spikes running down its back and neck. A Halloween prop? It was odd, but an effective place for one. All those thoughts ran through my head in a fraction of a second. The car was coasting closer, and I could see more of its detail. It was standing in profile, gazing across the road. I can clearly see its wolfish muzzle, large upright ears. The spikes on its back were in fact clumps of fur. Its spine curved in a smooth, very natural looking way. It was standing in the ditch, inches from the pavement. Because I was super focused on its upper eye, I did not call anything about its back legs or if it had a tail. I did see its front legs that looked very doggy looking, hanging awkwardly down and slightly towards its front, exactly as you'd expect if a dog's upright. While it clearly had a canine look, there was something off about it that I cannot articulate. It was perfectly still, and at this point, given the proximity to Halloween, I was quite convinced it was some sort of Halloween prop because it was clearly not any other type of existing animal. I was deeply immense and generally stepped on brakes, intending to stop and examine it closely. Then it turned its head towards me. In the tiny fraction of a second that it took for it to swirl its head, I knew that I had made a terrible mistake. The fluidness of its movement removed any and all doubt this was some kind of prop. It was horribly, terrifyingly alive. The pale, off-white glow of its eyeshine in the headlight destroyed any possibility of a human in a costume. I think I sat there gazing at it in shock for a few seconds. The car barely moving, but by now still inching closer. As I almost upon it, I think I could have leaned forward and touched. I think it could have leaned forward and touched the car if it wanted to. I had to look up to see its face. Again, I'm bad judging such things. I'm about 5'4", and it was a hell of a lot taller than me. Tall, like a polar bear standing 7 feet 8. I really can't say. I snapped out of my trance and slammed on my gas. The car fishtailed, and I prepared myself for death by mounter, as I was certain I'd end up in the ditch. But the tires caught the pavement, and I drove like a complete maniac all the way home, and I did not look back. I have only been on that section of road for a few times since. I never alone and never in the dark. For the next several years of driving that commute, I went 20 miles out of the way to avoid trunk road. The thing never made any aggressive move, but there's something about that felt very, I don't know, predatory. I never saw anything remotely like it again and never heard any story about there. Melissa 8, time 2 o'clock a.m., date 10/27/1998. What is that, like a day after the Lion King 2 releases? Wow, that's freaking crazy. Though I get, I mean, I'd be afraid if I saw one of those things. Honest to God. And let's see, there's another one from so this looks like it could be a hotspots, and this is a much shorter one. I see we do have viewers, but part of me think that they're just either bots or the sim/liberal trolls who know that I'm a Trump supporter and are trying to troll me, but when they see I'm actually covering something different, like, it's not worth it. Or it could be just people tuning in to see, But let's just get this one down, and I'm going to have to take a break to use the restroom. I was walking down Vine Road right outside of Wasilla, Alaska. It was starting to get dark, and I decided to cut across the old runway at the end of Vine Park. I felt like something or someone was following me. I kept looking back behind me. All of a sudden, something ran behind me and stood there looking at me, and then ran out. So I started walking in. Then it ran up to me and touched my back, then ran away. That's when I saw this fur-covered creature that was human, a dog like human. So I ran like hell, and when I got to my buddy's house, I explained what happened. He told me I have a foot/handprint on my back. Oh, this was recent. This was October of 2020 from Michael Leffingway, 10:15 p.m. That's it. For gosh, at the door. We've been having so many on this. I need to use the restroom. I will be back in a bit. back. Okay, now it's getting interesting. We're in Arizona, and thou who shall not be named. I'm Navajo County. You know, if you know anything, all right. The mm-hmm. So we're getting into some skinwalker action. Hmm. Are we having that issue again? Doesn't look like it. I think that the only reason it was saying that was because I had to wait for some. All right. I think let me just do one more final check. Check. Good. We are good. All right. Uh, while scanning the valley for sheep a mile from my house, I noticed two flopping figures. Initially, I thought the figures were coyotes or stray dogs, but as the two figures near an old sunken vehicle, I realized these things were about the size of the vehicle, nearly 8 feet long. No animal could be that big on the res. I watched the two figures until they disappeared into the woods across the valley. It was starting to get dark, but the moon was bright enough, so I walked without light. As I walked down the mountain, I heard someone yelling. It was like a howl or yell. I started to hurry. Then, when I got back to my house, I locked the door. I and spent the night listening to the strange sound. I'm sure it was a skinwalker, but I have found this site and was surprised. Hey, it could be. Honestly, I think it might have been. That was in the. Now this is in Cochise County. And this looks like a. And I forgot to credit the other guy. You'll probably be able to. Alright, so I was 17 years old at the time. My mom and dad had taken my little brother and sister to Tucson to do something that day. We live in a rural area outside of Sierra Vista. We have 2 horses, 2 dogs, a cow, and chickens on the small amount of land we own. As the oldest son, it was my job to feed and take care of them. On one night in question, it was a stormy monsoon rain with thunder and lightning going. But like monsoon can be, they can range and sell into a they can rage and then sell into a lull and rage again. I was getting ready to settle down and watch a good movie when all of a sudden my two dogs started to bark and wouldn't shut up. When I told them to calm down in the previous week or so, before my dog had been acting up and barking a lot, and I attributed it to the coyotes that I'd heard howling at night. So I grabbed my dad's 30-30 and just one bullet, in case I had a shoot to scare off any coyote or kill it if rabbit. I rested the rifle near the wall on the back door and turned on the floodlights outside the trailer. The rain had just stopped, so I looked out by the window near the front door and saw our two horses and cows staring as if through the front door to the back door of the trailer where the dogs were barking. Let me just reread that. Staring as if the front door to the back door of the dog, as if through the front door. I thought maybe they're scared of coyotes, so I grabbed the rifle and opened up the back door. As I was getting near the back door, I heard my dog whimpering and crying. Now I was thinking, is it a pack of guys? So I put a few bullets in my pocket, figuring I could load them if I didn't like what I saw. I opened the door, and the darn thing, my two-dog beeline rushed past me to the center of the trailer and hunkered down in the kitchen. Mud was everywhere on the floor from their paws, and I was pissed because I knew I'd have to clean up. So I closed the door and tried to get my dogs to go out, but they wouldn't budge and squirmed out when I tried to grab them. They were terrified. Now I was mad at the coyotes and grabbed my rifle to run and go kill them. A trailer sits on a foundation block. The front and back doors are accessible by a small set of stairs. I'm 6 foot thick, by the way. I opened the back door and was looking out into darkness at that point. I was about to step out when all of a sudden, when I saw a set of eyes looking back at me from the dark. From the top of my head to the trailer, from the top of my head in the trailer to the ground is around 7+ feet or so, and there a set of eyes looking at me and level and square on. I was like, darn coyote must be on a small gravel hill we used to pave the road, or it's a bird on a mesquite bush. But I was thinking to myself, that monsoon was awfully bad and raining hard. What bird would hunker down on a mesquite bush, and why would a coyote be out in a downpour? So I raised my rifle and drew beyond. Yeah, when lightning lit up, all of a sudden the lightning illuminated the small gravel hill that's like 6 feet high and the surrounding mesquite bushes. The light winks out as fast as it appears from the lightning, though. There's nothing on the gravel hill, no birds of any kind on the mesquite bushes. Then it dawned on me, whatever it was very tall and was still staring at me. I had a sense of dread creep over me, and all of a sudden, as I realized that the only 30 I had one messly, and if I missed, there was no way I'd be able to reload before it was on me. I kept the gun pointed as I quickly closed the door, locked it, realizing this trailer would never withstand what was out there if it attacked. I locked the front door and turned off all the lights in the house. I grabbed all the bullets. It's the 30-06 and the 22 rifle, then went back into the kitchen with the dog. I then loaded each rifle. I hugged my dog and prayed that whenever it was, it would go away and not attack. I stayed awake all night until my parents got back. My dad was furious that all the lights were on. My dad checked outside for coyotes, but whatever it was gone. Your show reminded me of this. Anonymous, late time, late night, summer of 1987. That's creepy. That is creepy. Let's see. So we just did Arizona. Arkansas. There's only one in Arkansas. Just checking some. All right, Benton County, Arkansas encounter. So let's see. This looks like a long. So in October 1972, my husband, our two babies, my brother, and I left Leavenworth, Kansas, in our 1968 Volkswagen van on a camping trip to a recreational area in Arkansas called Beaver Lake. When we finally got there, we found a fairly remote campsite at a far end of the park. We wanted to be alone, as the babies woke up often during the night and needed to feed. We didn't want to disturb any other campers. Shortly after pulling into our campsite, my brother pitched his tent next to the van. The rest of us were going to sleep in the van. The campsite was in an area with a horseshoe-shaped, rocky terrace ledge that rose from about 50 feet to around 100 feet as it curved around behind the Ford campsite. Because of mature trees and thick brush, daylight had trouble poking into our spot. Fast forward to that night, sometime around 3:30 a.m., I heard some animal sound on the ridge, and I thought they were being made by coyotes. The babies were asleep and all was quiet. Otherwise, I peered out the window but couldn't see what was making that sound because it was so dark. Still hearing odd yips and howls, I laid down on my back feet. Months later, there was a huge crash bang on the van. Right next to my hand. My husband leapt up out of full sleep. My brother bolted out of his tent and jumped into the van with us. We were in panic, looking in every direction to see what had hit them. My brother finally yelled that he had saw something moving behind the van. We all turned just in time to see a large shadow moving about 20 feet behind the van from left to right. After 20 minutes had passed, without any of us seeing movement out there, my husband and my brother went out to inspect the van for damage. But found none. Then we started to hear pounding steps coming from the brush about 50 feet from. The guy sees back and forth in the sea of the land. That's when my husband turned on a headlight and stepped on the brake out for the rear light. Instantly, there was a huge commotion. He started the engine, and that's when we saw, and that's when in the glow from the headlight, we can see a hairy thing 10 feet away and coming toward the van. That's crazy. That's scary. This was one of the, as it got closer, its silver tip hairs glistened in the light. So this thing's coming toward, and they're describing it had a grayish streak from its shoulders down its back to its back. The creature was walking on two legs, about 7 or 8 feet. It had a barrel chest and skinny legs. It never gave us a good view of its eyes, but I can tell you what they looked like. I could see that the face was not an ape, was not ape-like. It was dog-like. Its ears had tufts of fur on top of them, and it was very human-like in its movements and general body structure. It moved smoothly and quickly around to the back of the van, where it followed the base of the ridge away from us. That's when it let out a menacing huff and a low rumbling growl like a dog. Instantly, so the huff, is it gonna huff, puff, and blow the camper down? I don't think so. And honestly, on another note, after reading a lot of these stories, I'm wondering if Death from Puss in Boots was inspired by a lot of these Dogman stories. Someone's gonna have to get. Instantly, my husband and brother bolted the van trying to get a better look. That's when a shower growl came at my husband and brother tore back into the van and burned up the road, getting us out of there. I kept looking back at the window, and they kept looking in the rear mirror. But none of us ever saw it again. It didn't seem like a Sasquatch what we had seen. It seemed to be too dog-like. Its face was too slim in its bite. I saw PTSD-like feeling to this day due to that character. Pam W. Those are creepy stories. I expect more like that. So now we're moving on to the once great state of California. I'm showing you the back end. This just turned into Cobra Cast. Yeah, I just also saw there's these this dog Green looking for a home. Anyone who sees this, please foster. Yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of these COVID though. But that's another story I want to get. All right. Uh, this story in Sacramento County, California. I'd like to share this encounter not as my own, but that of my mother. She used to tell me stories when I was younger about strange things that she had experienced in her life. I remember this Dogman type of encounter when listening to your show on YouTube. It's practically not a detail to this encounter. What you may find interesting is the location. The sighting took place in Sacramento, California around 1953, not too far from our state's capital. Using Google Maps to get an approximate location and layout of the land, I can see the sighting area was about 1,000 feet to the west of and perpendicular to the American River. Across the river from the east bank, it's about another 2,000 feet to the east of the capital. So this took place fairly close to a heavily populated area in the 50s. That's interesting. My mother said she was about all that time, and she was laying on the couch watching television when she noticed a scary dog face looking at her through a low pane window. The window was either on or by the door. I'm unclear of this fact. In any event, the head, she said, must have been about 2 to 2.5 feet above the ground. She covered her face in fright with her pillow. After a minute or so, she snuck a peek, figuring she must be imagining things. She saw it had gone and fell better. Then she noticed it was now looking through another higher window. Its head was now about 4 to 4.5 feet off above the ground. According to her recollection, there was nothing outside that, for a dog to stand. At that point, she ran to another room in terror. She doesn't recall what happened after that. She described the animal as being dark gray with glowing red eyes, seemingly pan or baring its teeth. She didn't see the body, but had the impression that it was thin. Unfortunately, she didn't recall the time of day, month, or season. My parents tell me there's likely some American Indian burial grounds in the area, as there had been excavation near the river which yielded Native American arrowheads and other artifacts. I know it's been mentioned in some of the encounters that you present approximately the rivers of Native American burial ground. I even asked my mother if there are cornfields around the area, since that too has been mentioned in the account. She says only a small patch of corn stalk in their own backyard. I don't think that qualifies. The area around my grandpa's house was not really wood. The neighborhood was mostly large fields with a few horses and some and cows. The area around the river are wood now, though there was probably a lot more in 1953 than it is now. Other than paranormal story about this, our paranormal story about this is that on Monster Quest episode dealing with and someone who supposedly was taking dusk or night shots of Tower Bridge in 2009 saw a humanoid shape or something fly off the bridge. The Tower Bridge is 1,000-foot bridge from my grandparents' house. Spooky. Anonymous. Date 1953 was the encounter. And I know there's supposedly footage of a Dogman shot in 1942 by Jordan, but apparently it's a fake. All right. This is recent, August 27th, 2016. This is San Mateo County, California. All right, so August 27th, 2016, my 10-year-old grandson was sitting in a car at a restaurant parking lot waiting for his paternal grandmother. Across the street from him on the sidewalk, he noticed a large creature, which I determined to be 7 to 8 feet tall from talking with him. It was walking on two legs towards a wooden area at the end of the sidewalk and disappeared into some brush. The creature did not appear concerned about my grandson, as it was in no hurry. When I asked him what he had seen, he described a classic canine-type dogman with red eyes. His distance from the creature was approximately 30 feet. There, he said he is semi-rural with many pockets of woodland and some tracts of forest. The area where he saw the creature has paved roads and sidewalks ringed with areas of trees. All right, so we just did California. Colorado, let's see. Only one? Was talking with a friend on Discord. Spent too many hours looking into cryptids. Well, I am a 24-year-old male and live in the middle of nowhere. Literally, I will be short and simple about my encounter. I was getting home one day after dropping my sister off at the airport in Lamar, Colorado. I live just under 7 miles north of the Oklahoma border on was at 100 of 250-acre land. I have a trap line running around my property for coyotes. My first two traps I checked were empty, so I headed south. That's when I saw the thing. At first I thought it was a coyote, a big coyote. It was almost 5 feet tall on all fours. So this is a smaller one. It was caught in my trap and was running around making a dust cloud. And then it stopped and looked at me. Now, I use a number 3 leg hold trap so I can catch a variety of things in. Anyways, I slammed on the brakes and my truck stalled because it's a manual. I was fumbling for the keys to start. It's an old farm truck with a calibrator and it had quite an afterfire. Once it heard that, it lunged at and roared. I saw it had not paws but a hand, not paws but a hand caught in my trap right hand to be exact. It probably had been looking for the dead rabbit I had in the bay hole next to the trap. Then it stood up and ripped the 2 earth anchors I had 24 inches in the ground right out. It took me a long time to put them in with a 40-pound hair, but I pulled them out straight within 15 seconds. After it did, it just stood there looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I knew my 350 would do nothing to stop this thing if it came at me. I prayed to God that I wouldn't come free. In my truck, I was looking in shock and all, and noticed that it had orange eyes. They weren't glowing. Instead, they had a tint like cat eyes in ours. They must they weren't glowing. Instead, they had they may have been reflected in my head. I can't be sure. It then took a step towards me, curled its upper lip, showing me its teeth. They were huge. The longest two had to have been 4 to 5 inches long. It then growled at me, and then it was gone in a blink of an eye. I was scared crapless then. I jammed the truck into gear and spun the tires, getting out of Dodge. Like I said earlier, it seemed like an eternity, but it must have lasted no more than 30 seconds at the max. I returned later with an Indian friend of mine. He is Arapaho. I grew up with him and trusted him. He told me stories that were passed down through his grandparents' tribe and mentioned something about a loup-garou or French werewolf. He also told how fur trappers in the late 17 to 1800s were chased off land in the Rockies from this thing. After some research online, I found your channel, and here I am now. I am really glad you have made this channel for people who have encountered these things. I used to work till around 10 to 11 at night, but I sleep with lights on now. It sounds silly for a 24-year-old to be doing that, but to be honest to God, I'm still frightened by this thing. I haven't bothered going out looking for my lost trap, but because I'll bet the thing has torn it apart now. Thanks for listening. Anonymous. 11:30 p.m. is the time. The date was February 9th, 2017. And this is the only one from Colorado. So let's quickly move down. Let's see. Colorado. Florida's our next state, because there aren't any. And in Delaware or Connecticut, I guess because those are densely, also New Jersey, but we've got the Jersey Devil, so we don't need Dogman. Get those Dogman, get out there. Leon County, Florida. This is going to be interesting. Okay, I'm going to share this. Okay, I'm sharing this story in hopes of someone else having another one. And I then will have this one out in the open. I was traveling Highway 10 from the West Coast to the South Coast of Florida. I was with my 6 kids and pulling a trailer with all of my belongings and 3 dogs in it. I was in a big SUV and it was around 2 a.m. The kids were all asleep and my 13-year-old daughter was in the passenger seat making sure I stayed awake. So after traveling Highway 10 for 3 days, I decided since we reached Florida, that we could cut through the state and have to save some time. So we got off Highway 10 on an off-road in hopes of getting gas and making up some time. It was along Route 27, Apalachicola National Forest, I think that's how you pronounce this. We came to the first little gas station. It was closed. I was nervous because we needed gas, so we continued on. I told my daughter to keep an eye out for deer crossing the 2-lane deserted highway, because hitting a deer could kill us all and turn us over due to the trailer we were pulling. We were traveling around 45 miles per hour. I remember this so clearly, like it was yesterday, but it was 3 years ago. We had our brights on because the road was dark and windy. A few houses were on the highway, but not many. As we came around a corner in the headlights on the road, there was a lot of blood, fresh blood. And on the side of the road was this 6 or 7 foot tall creature. It was on its hind legs, hunched over with a dead deer eating it. It did not look up, not even when my headlights hit. It was using its arms like a human, eating the deer. It had a very muscular body, pointed ears, a long muzzle. If you ever saw a werewolf, this was it. It had a skinnier lower body, but used its arms and hands just like a human. If it looked up, I would have died. I looked over at my daughter. We were both seeing the same thing at the same time. Tears came to my eyes instantly at the same time. We both said, "Where?" Wolf. I sped up and was scared it would run and jump on the trailer and kill my dog. As we got about a mile away, my heart was beating so hard. My daughter and I were so freaked out. It was a werewolf. I have never been a believer in werewolves, and I don't watch werewolf movies or have any reason to make this up. As a matter of fact, until today, I have told only a handful of people about this. There is a werewolf in Florida. Not sure of the exact town or road, but I wish I did know so I could find out if we were the only ones who have seen this thing. I will live my life wondering if it was between Alabama to Florida along the Panhandle. I will never forget this night ever. And there's no information of when it was. So let's go to the other ones. Polk County. So I'm just going to start off by saying this is in my personal encounter. This happened to my mother and uncle when they were children. I know that the 3 encounters were shared with me in ripped detail have all been in the the years that have ended with a 7. That in no way is reference to the song by Steve Cook. I don't know about, I'm not sure. I'd have to listen to the Steve Cook song about the Dogman. My mom was 6 and my uncle was a few years younger than her. My grandparents were passing through and a friend of theirs let them spend the night in a vacant house that their friends owned. I'm guessing this was in the spring or summer because windows were wide open with bug screens on the window. My grandma was out in the front of the house taking care of my youngest uncle who was still a baby. My grandfather was reportedly using the bathroom at the time. My mom and uncle were in the back room playing. She said the window in that room was very high. Imagine the window that would be in a basement, except this was an upper floor window. If you were outside, the window would be about 10 to 12 feet off the ground, so the window was pretty high up. My mom said that she and my uncle were playing a huge hairy paw with long claws reached up to the window and grabbed the screen. Then it dropped its claws down diagonally across the screen. Needless to say, they were scared hopeless. They thought it was my grandfather just playing a cruel prank on them, so they barged out of the room and headed straight toward the front of the house. They found my grandmother and determined to know where my grandfather was. She said he was in the bathroom, but the two of them didn't believe her. So they marched to the bathroom, opened the door, and when they did, my grandfather was sitting there on the toilet in the middle of doing his business. The window in the bathroom was similar to that of the room that the two had been in. So honestly, he wouldn't have had the time to climb out of the window, climb back up, and get on the toilet. My grandpa thought the two of them were just freaking out over nothing. My grandma said she remembered the pair being horrified though, so they went out next morning, and what do you know, they were scratched outside the wall of the house and the window screen was torn up. I'm 7, my mom is 46, so this was a long time ago when this happened. Even though it's been such a long time, whenever my mom tells me a story, she gets scared and terrified talking about what she saw, so there's almost no refuting what she saw and the things she described. Connor Hall, so the time of this encounter was 10 p.m. and the date was midsummer of 1977. Ooh, boy. Foswin from Florida is in Sarasota. We've nearly been going an hour and a half. And this is another shorty. I am from Northport, Florida. We have a 12-mile reserve called Carlton Reserve. I was out there messing around with some friends. They went off ahead of me to go mine. I was at a tree line taking a leak in the marshy field in front of me. I noticed a figure in the field. He was very coyote-like. He was tannish gray in color and very tall and lanky. He was crouching over eating a boar. I got the bright idea to yell, so I did. As I did, his ears peeked and I realized what I was looking at. He must not have seen me because he looked around for a little and continued to eat. The whole encounter lasted about 5 minutes. I'm not sure what I saw, but it was something I have never seen before, and I've been living here for 16 years, my whole life. So anonymous. Time 6:42 p.m. Date July 16th, 2018. I guess. So we're finished up Florida, and we're going to go to Georgia. There's two, Habersham County and Fannin County. All right. Let's see. Oh my God, this guy. If you know that meme, the Roblox meme, Mike P. Oh, God. I don't want to read this in. This took place 3 weeks ago. Oh, and this is from September of 2015. So we're going to guess this was August of 2015. While driving home from an event with my fiance, it was already dark and was raining when we hit the road this night. I myself was driving and my fiance was in the passenger seat. We had been driving about 15 minutes at most when we got to a part of the road where I had noticed a rather large figure in the opposite lane of the two-way road we were on. It seemed to be on all fours and was grayish in color. It was very quick, which was startling given the conditions. I asked my fiance if she had seen it. She said yes, but seemed spooked about. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't because there was another car about 100 feet behind us. I also didn't look back because I wanted to stay focused on the road because of the poor conditions and the fact that we were in the area we had never been in until that night. I truly don't think it was a cow from what I saw, even with the fleeting glimpse of it. Its hair was more like a canine than anything. I wish I would have to conclude that it was a Dogman or a Bigfoot. I definitely wish I would have been able to get a longer look at it during daytime. It was within feet of my door, but because it happened so quickly and the fact that I kept my focus on the road instead of turning to look at it, I didn't see it quickly. That's pretty much my encounter to a T, Vic. Might be time 9:45 p.m. and we said date September 2015. So maybe it was September 15 and they were reporting this in October. Alright, let's see. My wife and I had fallen on hard times and we were living with her mom and her husband on Caldwell Road. I grew up just about 2 miles from there. I always loved going into the woods and still do today. The Kahuta National Forest was my playground growing up. It was not unheard of for me to disappear for a few days in the woods. On one day in question, my wife, her mother, and I were shopping and were coming home on HW2. We were in my dad's F-150 with a bush guard on the front. It was very dark and foggy that night with Jack River on our left, about 10 yards off the road. We were about 250 yards from Caldwell, and there was a very sharp curve to right. When I took that curve, there was something on the road. It was on all fours. I had no choice but to hit it. When we connected, the truck went completely over it. We felt it go thunk. We felt the go hunk over the animal. I stopped to make sure the animal I did not want it to suffer was dead. There's a lot of spelling errors. I did not want to suffer and to check the truck. The truck was okay, but when I looked at the Cheshire, it was strange. So I got back in my truck and turned around so I would have the headlights to see from. This was the gramiest thing I ever seen. It was black, but not a regular black. It was like it absorbed the light, like no light going past it, and I still couldn't make out the animal. What I was about to make out by feel it was the size of a young bear, maybe 200 250 pounds. It was clearly dead. The head was twisted back. I believe the tire went over its neck and broke the neck, and the eyes were blue but ghastly. The way eyes turn when something is dead. It had long curved claws. The teeth were all curved back and all sharp. I did not want to freak out the girl, so we went home. About 1.5 to 2 miles from there. That's when I grabbed my 30 and my 357 to go and take a look. It was gone. I mean, nothing there. There no blood, no fur, but was the impersonation in the grass where it was last night. And it looked like some big came along a car it off into the woods. I could see where something walked into the wood. So I went back to the truck and got my trekking bag. I just had a tarp, wool blanket, 2 quarts of water, and a little bit of food, just enough to make a night or two in the woods, just a camping trip and not a survival situation. I headed into the woods to track whatever this thing was. I never saw a clear track, just a sign, a broken stick, leaves turned over, rocks that were disturbed from their bed, and that kind of stuff. I tracked it for about 2 miles to a field about half a football field in size, right to the middle of the field. All sign disappeared. I went over that field and around its perimeter. There was no sign of it coming around out of the field, just going in. That's something. So I gave up and started back to the truck. But when I got back to the edge of the field, I had a very bad feeling in my guts. I can't explain it right. It was so bad that I almost doubled over. After a short while of collecting myself, I headed back to the truck again, but it was the same thing. I know about where I was in comparison to the road in the area, so I headed in the optical direction towards a friend's house about 5 miles away. When I finally got out of the woods before dark, I told my friend about what happened. He told me never go to that field again, that it was supposed to be cursed around a place of witches and dark magic, and that people have gone missing after going in that field. I don't know what I saw the night bite, and I don't know if the legend of the field is true, but I do believe that there's something strange in the woods. The woods are a part of me, and I can never stay out of the woods, and I am never afraid of anything in the woods. I would just want to be careful around one of those things like I would around a bear. Anonymous, 11:30 p.m., summer of 2008 or 2009. Well, not sure if you're aware, but that was painful to read. I'm sorry, that was painful to read. I'm not trying to be mean, but I probably should. Better grammar might help you. You need a grammar tutor. So we just did Georgia, Idaho. There appears to be 2 from Idaho, so we're going to go for as long as possible in Ada County, Idaho. I saw a dogman walking along the greenbelt in Boise, Idaho. It had to be and to be more specific, the area would be Garden City. The actual location on the greenbelt would be the area of the greenbelt that is just on the other side of Veterans Parkway Bridge. For those not familiar with the area, the Boise River flows down through downtown Boise and Garden City. The greenbelt is a walking/biking pathway that is paved that goes right next to the river. It was 3:15 a.m. in February 2008. I was scraping the ice off my car window. I had to be at work at 4 a.m. I realized it was eerie out. I looked up and saw it walking along the greenbelt towards the Veterans Parkway Bridge. The bridge goes over the Boise River, and the greenbelt pathway goes under the bridge. It was tall, I guess over 7 feet tall. It turned its head and looked at me. It had green neon colored glowing eyes. I said out loud, "Oh my God." It turned its head back and continued to walk on the greenbelt. It was slowly walking. I was frozen with fear and didn't move until I saw it vanish behind the building that is next to Barron's Parkway Bridge. I assumed that it continued along the greenbelt under the bridge. It had dark brown fur all over its body, pointed ears, long snout, weird legs, a tail. I got a pretty good look at it. That section of the greenbelt is at the end of a dead end street and has a couple of businesses there with parking lots that are all lit up with streetlights. I only saw it that one time. Anonymous. Time 3:15 a.m., February of 2008. So that's Ada County in Idaho. Then this is Minidoka County, Idaho. All right. Let's just see what else is good. All right. So we got this next one. Honestly, I think this is a good way to spend Saturday. I wasn't there, but my son and son-in-law and their friends saw Dogman. My son called me all freaked out that they had seen a Bigfoot because he knows I believe in Bigfoot. Now, my son could always be making fun of me for believing in Bigfoot. He asked me, "Dad, can all Bigfoot run all Florida?" I said, "Yes." "Why do you ask?" He said, "Dad, we just saw one out spotting rabbits." I asked him to describe what looked like, and he said that they were hunting rabbits with a spotlight. Then he saw something hunts over. He then said he said he yelled to the others and let them know that he had just seen something and started to shine his light on it. At first he thought it was a large bird because it was down like something, like it was eating something. Then it stood up on its hind leg and spread its arms out wide. And when the other two came at it, it dropped down and took off faster than anything they said. He said it had a dog snout and was covered in fur, but you could see that it was very muscular. My son is 6'2", and he felt it stood as tall or taller than him. When it took off, they ran after and watched it jump and clear a huge rock pile in one leap, like nothing. That scared them, and they all ran back to the car to get out of there. I spoke to all three, and they said that the same story and described it as the same way. I told my son that's not a Bigfoot because Bigfoots don't have dog snouts. I told him, "You saw a Dogman." It's funny because this happens around the cornfield, on a lot of cornfields. The area also has caves and was covered in sagebrush. So Travis Terry is time 11:45 p.m. date 2013. Let's see. I think we did Idaho. Hang on, let me just reduce background noise. So now we got Illinois, which there's a good amount. It's like 3. So Woodford County, Illinois encounter. All right. I live in rural Illinois and have been experiencing strange noises and activity around my house for a period of a couple months. When one night around 4 a.m. my dog started to act up, like she wanted to go out. So I let her out. Before I did that, I flipped on the back floodlights and peered out through the mini blind because I had a weird feeling. When I did that, in the backyard about 75 feet from me was this wolf dog man thing that was standing upright on its 2 legs looking back at my door. Let me see. It had a proportionally huge head with pointy ears on top, and I noticed an amber colored shine. Its head was canine appearance, like a German Shepherd or wolf. It had broad, strong-looking shoulders with a axe and her delt deltor deltoid muscles. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Its torso was sunken in towards the abdomen like a dog, and it had no neck because of its massive head, and had an extreme forward-leaning posture around 60 degrees. It had a thick, accentuated quad muscle in the front of its thighs and angled forward and tapered down to small knees. Below its knees, I could see that its lower legs and had angled back to hocks, just like a dog has. Because of its hocks, it also looked like it could lean back if it on them if it wanted to, and to leap or jump. Also, because of the way its legs looked, I got the impression it could jump and run very well. After a few minutes of standing there and looking in my backyard, it turned and walked in the cornfield that was behind my property. As it walked into the cornfield, I could see its head over the top of the corn stalk, which was around 8 feet tall at the time. Having such a clear view of it chilled me to the bone. Shell KD. So it looks like she didn't let the dog out. I mean, if I saw that, I wouldn't be letting my dog out. And Cook County, Illinois. All right, around 1973, my wife was living in Chicago and was about 11 years old at the time. This was the inner city Chicago, not near what? Near the lake or woods. It was summer and she was spending the night with her girl cousins in the basement bedroom of their house. So this is like actual Chicago. They better not say that was a dark girl, or else there's going to be a. I'm going to have the urge to make a joke I shouldn't have. I shouldn't be making. It was in the early morning hours around 4 a.m. The dog was growling and woke them up. Those type of basements have windows on high in the wall, and in one window, my wife saw something looking in. It was difficult to make out exactly what it was, but there was enough light outside from a streetlight to see the outline and movement of something looking through the window. The three girls all screamed, woke up, and brought the two older boy cousins down to see what was going on. The girls told them what had happened, and the boys who had been sleeping in their clothes ran out to investigate. The rest of this is their own account, which they reported a short time afterwards until they saw someone run away and they chased after him. It took them a minute to get a good look at who they were chasing at because of the sparks laying in the air, but they where I lost it. But they said what they had what they saw looked like a large werewolf. They thought someone was trying to pull a prank, a man wearing a very realistic werewolf costume, dismissing the possibility that it was real. They lost sight and eventually returned. So this is about knowing what we know now. We both think it must have been a Dogman, anonymous. Time 4 a.m. around 1973. I don't know what a Dogman is doing in Chicago, but I would not want to be in Chicago now if I were Dogman. Even the police don't even go into some areas. You're likely to get. Let me actually get something up. Right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. Unless these things have supernatural abilities, if I were one of them, I wouldn't even want to be there. And I didn't know, but yeah, that's like said. Obviously, it's not the capital, but Chicago's like still a big city, even if it's a pretty corrupt one. But that's we're not here to get to politics. I'm just saying it's pretty odd. Hang on, I gotta sneeze. All right, better continue. A friend of mine had moved south to work with his uncle. Things didn't work out, so he called and wanted to know if I would pick him up at a bus station in Springfield. I told him sure. So Simpsons. The day he came, his bus wasn't due until 1:30 a.m. When I showed up, he was starving, so we headed up the road to a steak and shake. While we were eating, some girls showed up after a night of partying. We stayed around and talked with them for a while. Well, by the time we left, Brian wanted to see if we could swing by one of his old girlfriend's houses before she went to work. He wanted to see if he could stay with her for a while. I didn't have anything to do that next day, so I told him that would be fine. She lives in Assumption. To get there, we headed back to Taylorville. Then, instead of heading to Pana, where I live, we would cut across through the country to get to Assumption. To do this, you have to go out by Bertini Lake. At the time, they had just started developing the place for housing, so it was semi-rural with woods around the lake and the road we were on. So we were here driving and about to cross the bridge when this huge canine thing comes running out of the woods to our right. There were good sized, freshly dug ditches on each side of the highway. This thing jumped from the bottom of the right ditch, cleared the highway, and landed on the back side of the left ditch. Then I ran into the wood. It happened so fast I didn't even have time to hit the brakes before it was already gone. I already know Some would say it was just a dog. That surprised us, but we both agree it was too big. Besides, I don't know any dogs that can jump that far. I remember it had gray and light brown fur. It was very bulky and very muscular. It was also on all fours. We decided that we didn't need to hang around the area and sped up. We told our friends, but most just laughed off. Whatever we both knew that we saw. Whatever we both knew what we saw. Years later, I was looking at the BFRO website. I saw there was two sighting reports that took place around mile to the east from where our encounter. When I first read the woman's report years ago, she said it took off running on all fours and was wolf like. Now I see someone has changed their story. It just sound more like a Bigfoot. However, her sighting in another report after say this was where Highway 84 crosses the South Fork of San of the San Gamon River. Follow the river back east until you see Lincoln Trail Road. That is the bridge where we were at. It seems like this thing used the bottom of the river to stay hidden. Also, there are all kinds of additional houses there. I went to the community-wide garage sales for a few times. It seemed as though a lot of cats and dogs go missing in that area. Posters were up everywhere. Well, I know it was a little long-winded, but that was my encounter. Anonymous. 5:30 a.m. around 1991. So that's like Illinois, Indiana, Ryan Kinnell's home state. Lloyd, huh. I'd like to see what Ryan would have the if I'd like to see Ryan in some sort of Sasquatching expedition. That would be I'd pay good money to see that. Let's just see. Floyd County, Indiana. I had never heard of Dogman, but I saw one in town run past the floodgates down by the river. So what I'm getting from a lot of these towns is they like to hide by rivers. On my way to the recently opened park that was closed due to the flood waters. It didn't look like a scary werewolf, but looked more like a weird dog running on three legs. Its tail was curled up. Running on, like, what do you mean? I went to my quest to find out what this was because I have never hallucinated and I knew what I had seen. The one most people are reporting are not exactly like what I saw. However, it stopped to look at me. I'm sure I would have found quite a bit more frightening. That was around 5 p.m. April 2015. So he said it was running on three legs, probably some sort of stray. That makes me sad. That's someone with. Yeah. Iowa, Lynn County. I was on patrol as a deputy. So this is a high-ranking person we're getting into. A deputy. I was on patrol as a deputy sheriff for the county, and I was usually assigned to the Highway 13 and Highway 30 corridors. However, I recall that particular July 1st, however, that a young man, 617, had been stuck in a storm drain, which emptied into Cedar Lake near Quaker Oats, the Quaker Oat plant. This place is a place with heavy foot traffic and located in urban setting. The area is also bordered by Mohawk Park. As the search went on into night, the local PD got the county involved. I parked my cruiser at what I believe was the electric company storage yard. The yard had what I estimated to be a 10-foot fence rail parallel to a paved bike that ran parallel to a paved bike track on the other side of which runs a large concrete spillway to siphon off floodwaters. I arrived at what I estimate to be roughly 11:30 to 11:45 p.m. I estimate only because I assure you there never was nor will be an official statement or record with my name on telling this story. As I left the law, I was at the north end of the lake and headed west on foot. There's a lot of brush and saplings between the spillway and trail, so I proceeded on to the point that turned south near where Cedar Lake empties into the Cedar River under the railroad track, leading into Quaker Roads. There are multiple tracks on the turn I mentioned before, and only the track furthest from myself had a drain up. With my attention on the spillway, I hardly noticed at first a faint red-colored light in the distance north from my position. It was coming down the track on the other side of the train. I had thought it perhaps the tail light of a car, not being from the patrol route. I had no knowledge that there was in fact no road in that direction. There ain't much things in the world that scare me, but put simply, I've seen some shit in my fucking day, but nothing prepared me for that night. The light disappeared that way, or so I figured. About 5 minutes passed before I hear a snoring, almost sniffing sound coming from the other side of the track. When I turned, the first thing I saw were the eyes. They glowed dull red. The thing was at least 8 foot tall, pushing 450. I judged this by the fact that I'm 6'4" and weigh 208. I turned my light on, and to this day, I wish I had. It had pointy ears and a long muzzle. It looked at me right in the face before it bolted into the timber. It was not a mask, and it was not a person in a costume. Who would walk up on an armed man with a police radio in uniform and risk getting shot? I aren't being so real. So, final, I guess. I know what's in the dark now. People can say or think they want, but even with the chamber round and full magazine in a Glock 40, didn't feel like enough firepower. I holstered and fell back towards the trail to the electric company's storage yard, putting the fence to my back. I made a hasty retreat to the lot with my crew. I don't think I holstered my pistol till I got out of the park. I never spoke of it, and honestly, I don't know why I am now. But one thing is certain: I knew I was there, and it was watching my every move. I'll never go back. I no longer work with the Tard since becoming a minister, but I still carry my Glock with a hollow point round tip with silver if I rarely do leave my. So this person, now a minister, he preaches God. So it's anonymous. 11:30 p.m. July 1st, 2014. It's not uncommon. You might find it strange, but it's actually not uncommon. Many actual pastors that I follow were actually former in the army. So Kansas. All right. We got quite a lot in Kansas. 2 from Jackson County, Hamilton, and Osage. All right. If you know anything about Kansas, you'll know it's a flat draw. It's dry, flat, and void of much forestry. As a kid, I lived on a farm in the middle of nowhere. I remember that we had our own place set outside, complete with swings and monkey bars. Nearby was a large patch of overgrown weeds, almost as tall as 6 feet in some places. I hate playing in that set because sometimes around sunset I'd see red eyes from within a weed patch. I told my grandpa, but they dismissed it as coyotes. However, one day I wanted to answer and approached the weed. Upon closer inspection, I saw a creature that looked similar to a dog with shaggy white fur. I remember that I thought its front paws looked like that of a gorilla. As the creature moved away from me, I never saw it in that weed patch again. Years later, I saw the same figure lurking out in the dark outside of the house. I was so paranoid my mother could not get me to leave the house for a long time except to go to school. I haven't seen this humanoid since, nor am I completely sure it is the fabled Dogman. Anonymous. Time sunset. Date early 2000s. Let's see what this is. Looks like it's going to be a long. And so I'm going to just briefly check everything. Let me check a little bit of X. All right. Let's see. Since it was summer break for my school, I was lazily lounging at home watching TV. I got bored, so I went outside to see if I could do anything with my chickens, like feed them worms and snails. Before I could go into more detail, I should explain the area I live in. My home is on the outskirts of the city I live in. I have about 5 or 7 chickens. I had 5 or 7 chickens at the time, and we hadn't expanded the coop, so there's a small pen connecting two sides of the chicken coop, which is wooden and sturdy. The only way you get in the coop is either through the trap door attached uh to the big door, and there are the 3 windows. One window is on the side of the door, and the second window is on the other side. The third window is a large window. Keep in mind they all have traps connected to them so they can be closed. We have 7 acres of woodland that we call the back pasture, and if you'd ever been back, you could see that's popular habitat for the local deer. There's also a wild boar that was roaming around for a time, and I don't know how it got there. We had been having trouble with poachers for a while, considering the population of deer in the wood. One poacher had set up a trail camera that was motion activated. There was an old rusty deer stand that had been pulled on put on a tree a long time ago, and the tree had begun to grow around it. Beyond our acre of woods, there's a large cornfield owned by our neighbors. Behind that is a forest. I don't know what the forest is like beyond the field since we've never been there. I went outside to do something with my chickens and had brought a bucket of corn to feed for feeding the deer after. Then I walked out of my home and I saw a doe was sitting in the tall grass. I thought it was sleeping since it had its head down and was moving. I, being the curious little nut I was, decided to sneak up on a deer and get a picture of it to show my mother when she got home. I crept as silently as I could across the yard to separate me from the deer. I should also mention that we have a clearing with a burn pit in it that was filled with cedar branches. I was creeping across my yard towards the deer, and when I had cleared the burn pit, I was about 10 yards from it. I realized the deer wasn't asleep, but was dead. It was the most stunning sight I had ever seen. Its intestines were completely gone. The flesh on the body of the doe, shredded to pieces, and the blood absolutely everywhere. It looked as if it had been sitting there for a while, and it smelled like it too. Most of the blood was dried, and the air reeked with the stench of rotting flesh and urine. What seemed to be the hint of a wet dog, something that creeped me out about the scene was although it was a rotting car, there was no insects around it, not it. It was as if the usual lively four was deader than the deer. Not even the neighbor's cow made a sound. It looked as if the poor deer had simply been left with if the poor deer had simply been left after being brutally attacked and half eaten, which most likely was. I left the bucket at the beginning of the trail, thinking I would come out there with my mom and grain the deer when she got home. Then I started to walk back to my house. I had barely taken a few steps when I heard a low snarling sound that, like, although it seemed distorted as if it were being played on old radio. Sorry, that's not the only way I think of describing it. It's my better judgment. I turn around and it's all what looked like the biggest freaking wolf I've ever seen. It was on all fours. Its fur was black and matted in place. Its face was what you expect a wolf to look like. Although it was broad, the muzzle seemed a little short. Although it was curling, its lips made it look like make it look as if the sound was playing long, and its eyes were yellow, not upright yellow like yellow of a flower or sun, but in a dim amber red yellow, if that makes sense. Its ears looked like that of a Doberman pincher with the cropped effect. Its front legs were long, and it looked like as if it were a bodybuilder. Its paws, if you can even call them that, looked like huge hands with long claws at the end. It stood up, and I heard the most sickening popping sound you could ever imagine. It sounded like the sound of popping joints, but it seemed amplified as if it were being played through a microphone and the sound was coming out of loudspeaker. Its body looked like a bodybuilder's pumped on steroids, so it was big. It had no tail that I could tell, and it seemed to tower over me. I was a good 10 meters from it. I was about 5'4" at the time, and I came nowhere close to its height. It was so tall that the tip of its ears almost touched the top of a young cedar tree. A loud howl would sound more like a roar, and it charged at me. Doing the only thing I knew I to do while hyped up on fear and adrenaline, I began to run away from it. I remember clearing my yard in what seemed like hours, but most likely a few seconds, running inside, screaming and locking all the doors and windows. As calm as I calmed down a small bit, I realized that if it really wanted to kill me, it would have. That is when that what I had experienced was not a chargeback but a bluff. I was lucky to get away with my life. All this happened almost 2 years ago. It still terrifies me to think about it. The deer head was gone the next day, and ever since that evening, I have been wary around the woods, only going in them in broad daylight, only when I am absolutely had to, and never without what happened. Sadly, I can not say I am one of the only people that have stopped examining these things after the encounter. Although I had nightmares for a month after that day in June, nothing really started happening about 2 months ago when I was staying up at night playing on a laptop. Hang on. I started to hear things move out around on the porch and turn on a light to see the shape of something huge disappear behind the corner of my house. There was also one of those rare times when I went in the woods after the first encounter when I was helping my mother clear bush from the hunting thing. I was going to get the mower and was walking the trail to do so when I heard footsteps following me off to the side and stopped whenever I stopped. And eventually I ran out of the woods and have been back since. I asked my late great grandmother about the creature I had seen in the woods, and she informed me that there was something called the wolf head man that stalked the Kanza tribe, preying on small children that strayed too far from their teepees. Later, I was informed by my history teacher that my house had actually been built on a tribal burial ground. I have been wondering if that had something to do with it. I hadn't heard about the wolf head man before she had told me about. I saw that there were several eyewitness reports that were proven to be truthful. It made me feel a lot better about coming out with this information. I had attempted to tell people previous to this submission, but everyone either said I was too crazy or just a plain liar. One thing, sir, I am not stupid. I am not crazy. I am most definitely not a liar. I know what I saw was the Dogman, anonymous, on 3:45 p.m., date 6/8/2015. So the 8th of June 2015. Um, is this the see? Before I say anything about this tower, I just want to clarify that when I saw this thing, I went to Google and searched up what it was, and I came across this website and found another person in Jackson County. So it's probably the person that encountered with something like this. So I know I am not crazy. I've been studying wolves and their behavior for about 3 years before I had this encounter, and I know that considering Jackson County is about 656 square miles with a population of 647,158, and being practically infested with wildlife such as deer, livestock, and predators such as coyotes and fox, it wouldn't be likely for a large predator such as a wolf to be lurking in the sparsely woodland. The average wolf territory is 13 to 2,400 miles, and it'd be easy for such a huge creature just to live in Jackson County alone. It might not be ever even be the this may even be the very same wolf man that the other person saw. Anyway, on to the account. I was just chilling on the laptop in the living room watching Hill blow stuff up when I felt like I had to go to the bathroom. I set my laptop down, put my head on the keyboard, and got out of the chair. Let me clarify. I'm not a bloody tachycardium or anything, but I have sort of a sixth sense when I can tell someone is watching me, and I knew something was. We have a particularly huge window on the wall just above the couch, and it was a particularly cold night, so the windows caught things like like breath fairly well. I turned to the window thinking that whatever it was watching me from there, and I know I'd see it if it was. We have motion sensing floodlight, and it had to be either standing on something or as tall as the devil himself in order to see into the window of our trailer. It was about around 6 to 8 feet off the ground with the top of At being about 11 feet, I looked over to the window, and the only thing I could see was that the floodlights were on, and something seemed to duck under the window like a kid playing hide and seek. Kid playing hide and seek. I didn't think anything of it, considering our neighbors were sort of druggy and alcoholics and often came to look in our windows, and every opening in the house was locked, so I had nothing to worry about. I went to the bathroom, and when I finished, I washed my hands and went back to the laptop. I noticed the floodlights went out, so whatever it was gone. Not thinking of anything else, I went back to watching people blow stuff up. I should mention that my eyes are sharp enough to spot a bird about 50 feet away in a tree, so it's no surprise that when the floodlight came back on, I noticed immediately. I glanced up from the screen, expecting a drunk or a high idiot to be looking in with a stupid expression on his face, but I froze by what I saw. It was a huge wolf that was looking at me with dirty, ambery yellow eyes. Its ears looked like they were torn or cropped or something, and the face looked sort of human-like. Not really a human face, more like a jawline look, but more like the jawline looked very masculine and human compared to the rest of its face. Its lips were curled back, and it seemed as if it was snarling, though I couldn't hear if it was, and its breath caught on the cold glass. It was so tall that the top of its head was halfway up the window, and if I had to guess how wide it was, I'd probably say maybe the width of my shoulders. I knew that whatever it was, it most likely had wolfish instincts, so I did the only thing I knew how to do, which is to avoid eye contact and make yourself look as small as you could, whilst having your throat and underside showing. This is very common submissive position, and although I was here on my mind, I knew holding eye contact would make me seem like a challenger, and running would make me seem like prey. When I did this mission person, it worked. Or it must have worked for it to leave me alone, because it hit the window, which made the entire trailer shake, and went away. I hadn't heard it or seen anything like it since, although I do hear the odd howl coming from the back road. God help the poor idiot that decided to try and hunt this thing down. I can tell you, whatever it was not friendly, because if it were, it wouldn't have slammed my windows as hard as it did, and it wouldn't have been growling like it's taken food, although it practically did saw my window. I can understand why it was upset. I was on its territory after all, and truer and possible threat to its existence and its prey. It's really just best to stay out of its way and respect it. After all, it is one of God's many strange creatures in the world. Anonymous, midday, September 13th, 2013. We're going to just get to Minnesota, and I think we finished Minnesota up. We're going to end the stream there. I was driving home from doing some shopping in a nearby town, and was all alone, just driving and listening to the radio. It was just before sunset on a beautiful summer day. I was admiring the sky because it was such a bright orange while driving through some S-curves in the road. I made the first turn and saw some deer dart across the road. Immediately I hit the brakes to slow down, not knowing if there was more if there were more to come out of the woods. On the opposite road, it drops down a steep embankment to a farm field. I had slowed the car and scanned the tree line for more deer. That's when this thing jumped out of the woods, running after the deer. He landed in the middle of the road and cleared the rest in his next stride. It's hard to comprehend what I saw, but it sounded like the description that people have claimed on here. It was a gray figure with a short, sleek coat. I did not see a tail on this creature. It was on all fours and was the same height as the deer. His head was very odd. It looked like a dog head with cropped pointed ears, but had a very short muzzle. He briefly turned his head towards me when he crossed his eyes. I wouldn't say they glowed, but they weren't normal animal eyes. They were like dull yellow eyes, and they definitely still. His body was what really confused me, because the way it moved was like a human would move when trying to run on all fours. It's don't look crazy, like he just kind of like he was just kind of lopping across the road. It was very muscular on the front end, but had a very thin, almost stickly looking abdominal area and highlight. Once he was across the road, I lost sight of him over the embankment. I was so confused to what I saw that I didn't tell anyone right away, for fear that they would think I was crazy. I have been searching for answers since then, but came up with nothing. I eventually told my husband and one of my close friends, but neither of them had heard of anything that matched my description. I'm still not 100% sure of what I saw. Sure that I saw a Dogman, but the only thing I have come across that sounds reasonably close to what I saw. Anonymous. Time, sunsets. Date, summer of 2016. So that's... is this Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan? We already did Michigan, so then we're just going to do Minnesota, and we'll be out of there. We'll be out of here. Oh boy. Keaton County, Kentucky encounter. All right, let's just see how... I used to work about 30 miles from where I live. One night I had been stuck in heavy traffic coming home. I take late last sick, so after a while I really had to go to the bathroom. I kept telling myself that I was almost home and tried to hold it until I got there. By the time got to my exit, I knew I wasn't going to make it to my house, so I pulled up to an area where Fidelity Investments is located and found an area that was isolated. This area is heavily wooded with walking trails and a lot of game, but it's also a very popular area. I pulled up a little side drive of one of the main roads. That little drive is about 100 feet long, with only room for one car. It went up in elevation and had bushes on the right side facing the main road. On the left side, there was a guardrail and a view below the valley. The area there is huge, isolated, with several buildings that are all spaced out. This place is dark at night because there are intermediate streetlights up there. At night it's pretty deserted too. A few cars go through the area. Oh, because it's a shortcut people used to get from Taylor Mill over to L3 Highway, where there are stores, restaurants, etc. When you're up there, you're above everything around this area. When I stopped, I got out of my car and waited for a moment and looked around to make sure there was no other cars. It was winter, so the bushes between where I was and the road below me didn't have many leaves on them. Because of that, you could see right through them. I was up on this little rise, around 20 or 30 feet up of the drive, which was 4 lane wide. To the left of me was a street light and more woods that went down the hill to the main road. I went to the back of my car and did what I had to. When I finished, I stood up and I went every hair of my bicep. I knew I wasn't alone. I scanned the area in front of me and must have heard something because I turned around and there were 3 deer standing there, all huddled together. Between my car and the guardrail, they weren't looking at me, they were looking across the road. I looked back over and that was when I saw a figure standing in the bushes in front of it and the tree line behind it. It was huge. I stand 5'5". Some of those bushes were about 6 feet tall, but they only came up to the collarbone area on this thing. Due to the street light, due to the street light to the right of it, about 20 feet away, I was able to get a pretty clean outline of this thing. It had a large dog-shaped head and pointed ears. I didn't make out its neck, but I could make out massive shoulders. That's when it growled. It was a deep vibration I could feel on my chest. My body just took over at that point. I have to explain this is part of you. I worked securing for years in California at the music business. As a woman, I really have to work out and train to defend myself. I kickboxed for 8 years and worked out every day. I also train dogs, mainly Anatolian Shepherds and German Shepherds. Sometimes I have to establish who is the alpha, and to do that, I have to get them down, hold them in place, grab them by their ear, and growl until they submit. Then the training can start. So when this thing growled me, it was pure instinct. I dropped down to a crouching position and growled right back at it. When I did it stopped growling and started sniffing the air. When it sounded up, it turned its head slightly and was sniffing. It then took a few steps forward. I was crouched down on all fours, moved forward, still growling at the thing. When I did that, I stopped. I stood up and kept staring right into it. I never broke eye contact with it. Then it slowly stepped back in the tree line until I couldn't make out, as clearly as before, and started to move. Right in front of me. The deer was still behind me. They were close, so I could have reached out and touched them. I waved my arms to you and told them to get out of there. When I did that, they went back over the guardrail and took off. That's when I jumped into my car and got out of there as fast as I could. I felt this thing was trying to circle behind me, and I wasn't going to wait around for that. Do I think I scared it? No, but I do think I confused it for a couple minutes, and that gave me time to move. I told my husband about what happened, but I didn't tell him exactly where I saw. He would have thought I was nuts, to be honest, and I thought I was crazy myself until I saw a picture of the Dogman. I know there are other things in this world that can't be explained. I've seen them, but this was beyond any other thing. Since this happened, I can't take the shortcut through the area anymore. My husband took me back over that way once to see the area. I was begging him to get me out the whole time. I thought I was going to throw up. The wildlife up there has almost totally disappeared. I never see anything up on the hills anymore. The street I live on is only about a mile or so down the hill from this place, and we haven't seen any coyotes on the street. Like they have been chased out, and pets here have started to go missing. We've also seen a large black figure moving through our backyards down here. The dogs throughout the neighborhood go crazy now, too. People were calling the cops when we saw that large black figure jumping fences. I'm concerned that it has come down the hill now after eating everything up there. Anonymous. Time 7:30 p.m. Date early December of 2013. So that was Kentucky. Louisiana. Let's So Jefferson Parish in Louisiana. My encounter here happened a few years ago in South Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. Here in Louisiana, we call counties parishes in case you didn't know that. I did not know that. I was hunting deer or wild pigs one day on a protected levee system that was built to protect the town from hurricane flood waters. As I walked to where the levee turned off to the left, there was a canal that was about 100 yards from some houses. To the left was a natural ridge that goes out into swamps and marshes. Well, as I made that turn from the ridge of the oak tree, I heard a growl. I thought it might have been a coyote or a dog, so I walked slower. Then I heard brush and a small side tree shake and another growl. I'm like in a direction, and and saw a pair of yellow eyes that were reflecting an amber yellow color. What surprised me was the fact that the brush was about 6 foot high and the eyes were about a foot above the brush. When I saw those eyes, I slowly backed up while keeping my light on the thing. As I walked back to turn to head back to my truck, which was parked about 3/4 of a mile away, it came out of the woods. I lit the thing up with my light. Now it's probably 30 feet from it. I saw the whole body and its face. It's covered with a black hair with some brown mixed in it. The hair was thickest around the head, chest, and upper body. It looked like the hair was thickest around the head. Yeah, it looked like a line vein, but wasn't as pronounced. Since all the hair was the same color, it had pointy ears with a little bit of hair coming off the points, making the ears seem a little longer. It stood on two legs, but the legs were weird and backwards. Like the arms were really long, longer than the legs. Its hands were a mixture of a human and a bear, like really big raccoon front paws. It had paws, but also fingers. That's the only way to describe it. If you watch the movie Howling, you'll get an idea of what this thing looked like. Let's see. Oh God. Um. So I guess this thing. It. He, darn, I don't want to see that. It looked like. Is that if whoever made that movie knew something others didn't? Now at that point, I'm freaking. I was freaking out, so I pull out my rifle. I hunt with a. So a Romanian AK with a canopy job. The way I was hunting wasn't exactly legal. That's why I took my remaining AK. If I had to toss it, it wouldn't be much. I wouldn't be out of much money. The rounds are specially made to hunt feral hogs. I've dropped deer and hog with each round, and one shot and they're done. Back to his right, pull out my rifle to right. It growled and walked a few steps toward me. I fired around in the chest area. I had hit the creature because it took a step back. As a step back, I ran toward a truck. My truck. That's my loud growl and a howl like I had never heard before. I grew up hunting and fishing throughout. Knew everything in the woods and thought I knew everything, but I hadn't heard anything like this before. As I ran back to the truck, it kept its distance. As I got close to the well-lit area where my truck was parked by the library town and elementary school, it stopped following me. I tried to find anyone who may have had a similar encounter in the area, but all I can find was old legends of the Rogu, which is pronounced Rugaru, the Rugaru, which is pronounced. I told my grandpa about what had happened, but told him it was a friend who had told me it happened. I also told him that it sounded a crazy story. He told me that when he was 17 in the same area at night hunting, he heard a howl like nothing he had ever heard before. He also told me that something had stalked him as he ran home that night. He never saw what it was, but he can hear it following him through the bushes and the swamps. That encounter changed my life. My perception of what was real and was not will never be the same again. I still haven't gone over that night, and I went back a few days after the incident and found 2 large dog tracks as big as my hand. I wear size large gloves. Anonymous. 2 a.m. November 17th, 2012. So that remaining AK saved him. Yeah, maybe I gotta start carrying military grade rifles and hunting the now. Because a remaining AK, that's a automatic Kalashnikov. I guess so there's rapid, harsh. I was 14 years old and lived in central Louisiana at the time. My mother had always been interested in paranormal. She'd buy copies of magazines of UFO magazines and watch documentaries on Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. So I just grew up being interested in these things like that at face value. I always believed in them, but never had any inkling that werewolves, Dogman, or whatever could possibly exist. Anyway, I live in a mobile home park, which was on the 2-lane highway, 28 east to be exact. It was a long street with a cul-de-sac type of dead end. At the dead end, to the left, was the only brick home in the park. Straight ahead was a thin woods and several trails going off in every direction. To the right slightly was a deep ditch that people don't jump in trash in, like old washing machine, broken laundry baskets, or we have a thin metal wire fence ran from the ditch across the woods and out of sight. We, the kids in the neighborhood, had always what we call a club, where we would always gather to hang out. Some of us had gathered bus or discarded dining chairs and placed them in the center of what was the thinnest area of trees. I had come there to figure out where to put everything beyond the deep ditch, further in the woods. A small stream with hills on each side, an oak with an enormous oak tree had fallen beside the stream. Hang on, I need to go sneeze. All right, better? Good. Oak to the Oak Hills. Small stream with hills. An north oak tree had fallen beside the stream on the side I was on. I spotted an old male bowling kale near the stream and went down to inspect it. I thought it'd be a good item to put in the center of the chairs. It seemed to be in good condition, so I decided to head home. I figured it again next morning. The next morning, when I made my way toward the wired metal fence, which somehow, I don't know, had been bent. And he says he doesn't know why. Bent on both its top and bottom inwards towards the center of the fence. I was about to duck under when I heard the distinct sound of sniffing. So I turned to see what was. Standing on the other side of the stream was a 7 to 8 foot tall creature sniffing in the air. Its head was turned slightly. My first thought that entered my mind was, oh my god, werewolves are real. It stood on two powerfully built muscular legs, which ended in enormous paws. It had no tail. It had a massive chest as well as extremely muscular arms and hands. The hands seemed to have the same kind of head that a paw has, but they were arranged differently. It had a wolf-like head and tall pointy ear. The eyes glowed red. The ears were in proportion to the head. It had a snout or a muzzle. It kept sniffing the air as if it stepped over the tree trunk like it was nothing. I would have had to physically climb up it to get over. I thought it was coming after me. It stopped and seemed to be breathing or panting, but there was this deep rumble that accompanied it. I decided to get out there before it did see me and ducked up under a fence. I ran back to my bike, which was parked off-road, and paddled my butt home. I never went to. That just reminds me of that scene in Puss in Boots where he's at the bar and he's just been bested and he's starting to believe, and deathly just, and he's like, I love the smell of fear. I never went in those woods again after that. About a month and a half to 2 months later, we moved to Mississippi. It wasn't until many years later that I discovered the term Dogman. It scared me, but also started on the fascinated with ancient myth, legends, werewolves, and many other non-Bigfoot cryptids. Anonymous Sunset. So it's anonymous time sunset date June of 1987. Yeah. Taki and Leontilly. So let's see if we. And there's also that story about the Palmyra wolf, which you can look at Mr. Ballin. Go to Mr. Ballin's channel and see it. I'm just looking at other things, so let's get started. I'm a night owl. I always stay up late and watch TV. I just happened to look out my window one night and saw what initially I thought was a man sitting on a roof. I thought it was a man because at first he looked almost naked until I saw the hair or fur on him. Then he turned his face and what I saw was frightening. He had pointy ears like a dog and a snout. They were almost like a German shepherd ears. I could not understand what I was looking at. I just stared at him for a few minutes. I felt like if I moved, it would see me. It sat there on its butt with human looking arms and legs, but with hair or fur covering them. I backed away from the window very slowly and went to tell my husband. He didn't want to get up and go look, though thought I was great. When I went back to the window, it was gone. And this is Oxford County, Maine. So I don't know or understand what I saw that night, but I did tell my husband and kids what I saw. It has haunted me for many years until I was just telling a few of my grandchildren recently at camp. One of them got on the computer and found some old pictures of what thought I meant. It was scary. I was looking at the same thing I had seen on the roof that night. I could not believe it. As I sit here looking at pictures, I did not know how. No, I did not know really existed many, many years ago. Anonymous night, date 2001. Rain close. Montgomery County, Maryland. It's a pretty good. All right. So, one morning around 6 a.m. about 2 years ago, I was living not far from Washington, D.C. A friend of a friend needed a roommate to afford the rent for an apartment he had found. So when I was told about this, my first thought was, oh yeah, here's my chance to move out of my parents' house. After about 6 months of living in the area, I noticed that on certain nights I would hear loud roars in the distance. I could never tell how far away the noise was coming from. It would sometimes sound nearby or just far enough away where I wouldn't mind being outside to see what it might be making the sound from a safe distance. I lived in a quiet wood area. A lot of people lived in the area. I actually lived within 5 minute walking distance away from the University of Maryland. One morning around 6 a.m., I just snapped awake from a deep sound sleep for no reason at all. I started to go back to sleep, but thought to myself, why am I awake and alert? It was so strange. I was completely awake. Then, right in my backyard, I heard a loud, deep growl. That's why I knew something was up. And when I heard that, I knew. That's why I woke up. I remained quiet and didn't move for the next 5 minutes as this thing started to become very active in my backyard. It went from low growls to heavy breathing. This thing's lungs had to be massive because it sounded the exact way a horse would if you were standing right next to it when it breathed through its nose. It sounded more like a horse, but this thing sounded aggressive. I knew it wasn't a horse in the backyard. That wouldn't be possible. But what I saw was very real. I literally ran from my backyard into diving. It literally ran from my backyard into the diving fence of my backyard from my neighbor's backyard again and again. It made no sense for it to be doing that. It would often stop and sniff around and sneeze very loudly. It sounded like it was right next to my window and I was on the second floor. I didn't want to look out my window because I thought there's no way in the world that there's no one else is hearing this right now but me. I thought this thing, it's trying to get my attention on purpose. I stayed still in bed without moving and I was beyond scared. I really thought it was a werewolf even before I saw it. I always thought that they weren't real. The guys that lived below me started yelling and screaming El Diablo over and over again. They yelled that. I could hear the thing leaving the backyard, so I hurried try and get a look at what it was. When I did, I saw that it was on its backside. This thing was massive with broad shoulders like a bodybuilder, and it had ears sticking up on its head. It slowly walked away until I lost sight of it. Cornell Murray, the 6 a.m. date unknown. Massachusetts, Hampton County. I'm reporting a possible Dogman sighting based on a radio. Yeah. I'm reporting a possible Dogman sighting based on the info provided by my son and his friend. This occurred in Montgomery, Massachusetts. That's interesting. Last encounter we did was in Montgomery, Maryland. Now we're in Massachusetts. Guess it's a city. As a four-wheel enthusiast, my oldest son has become familiar with off-roading trails and rural routes that he and his friend use regularly, often at night. On this occasion, they were in his Ford Explorer, following a familiar route in a rural town through a remote wood area. Being aware, the plows stopped at a certain point, leaving a bank of snow at that point, marking on this occasion they were on this occasion they were in his Ford Explorer following a familiar route at night. Hang on. Sorry, my mom was texting. So they following a familiar route in a rural town, the remote wood area. Being aware of the plows, mar- marking where the town and maintenance of the unpaved road. Where the town abandoned maintenance of that unpaved road for the winter, leaving further use of those road to those who dare. As my son relayed, he four-wheeled through the snow bank and drove along the road, which ran over a mountain. He concentrated on his driving, focused on the road. As his friend sat in the passenger seat, suddenly his friend exclaimed, "Look, look, what's that? What is that?" My son didn't lift his eyes to see because he wanted to stay on the road. His body pointed to where it went. My son quickly swung his truck around and illuminated the area with his off-road lights and headlights. His friend described what he saw as running like a wolf, but not a wolf. He said it was like a bear, but not a bear. He also said it had long hair and was lighter in color than a brown bear. He said it was green color. They sat there for a minute or so, staring in the distance. Suddenly, another one, pushed the SUV from behind, making it slide along the mighty snowy road in a short distance. They both whipped their heads around, only to see the blackness of the night out their rear window. Then he quickly started the truck and spat out there, not seeing the creature again. My son said that it could not have been the same creature as Buddy would have, because he had illuminated the area with the truck's lights. They would have spotted movement against the white snow background. Yeah, another my son's friend insists this was a Bigfoot as he had encountered years ago, but this description seems to benefit a Dogman. This experience, whoever it was, is absolutely true. Anonymous, night, date 2013. So Worcester. All right, we have one. Back in 2004, my husband and I were giving three of our grandchildren to Ray. They were boys aged 1.5, 3, and 4 years old. The boys were followed for a few months by their sister, a newborn, who was also given to us to raise. After having raised our children, my husband and I found ourselves as new parents. We lived in a small town in New England, so small that you could step out of the house and see the police station, fire department, and post office just beyond the house. When I was young, we had stop signs downtown where there are now stoplights. My grandmother and father were born there, and I lived for 6 decades in that town. It was the kind of place where if you need some vegetables or supper, you went to a neighbor who had a garden, took what you need, and left the money on their front porch. We live on the main street, but we're surrounded by many forested acres. These rivers run through the town, and we have a large field behind our house. There are many fields throughout town, and other towns nearby were similar in makeup. There are also farms in the area and in the neighboring town too. They were very New England type towns, small, comfy, and cozy. When the children first came to live with us, both my husband and I worked. He worked at a transit company in a local city. I worked as a paralegal. My job was a 4-hour commute, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night. I would be gone from the house for 12 hours at minimum. I often worked on weekends too. My husband took a leave of absence from a job and stayed home with the kids for 2.5 years. When he returned to work, he did the night shift. That enabled him to watch the children during the day. He did his best with the children while I was at work, and given the circumstances, he did a good job. One of the days after work, when the youngest children were 6 and 4 respectively, I came home to find the house in a state of disarray. I'm just supper had been made, and the kids were running to me with a story about a big gorilla that had been outside that day. The two youngest let me know during the afternoon they saw a big gorilla in the front of the house running along the street. They said it was very fast. Then the big gorilla jumped in our picket fence and ran to our yard. The children said they had their noses pressed against the wall, and the big gorilla came up to the window and growled at them and pushed his paws against the window. The children said they tried to wake up my husband, but he had fallen asleep on the couch and they could not rouse him. The big girl then ran to the backyard where it broke some car windows and threw some trash cans. I didn't disbelieve the children. I was just too exhausted to deal with it and responded with that's nice comment that I used for anything I could handle them. I do recall in the newspaper a few days later that the police were warning folks about vehicle damage, but I never gave that any further thought. I didn't give any further thought, even though a few years prior to the big gorilla, so I had a very large dead wolf I presume had been hit by a car lying on the side of the road. It was not a coyote, nor was it a coyote dog that we had in the area. I had seen pictures of wolves, and this one was immersed. I had personally seen coyote dog riding my horse along the trail. The wolf spy was gone the next day, and no mention by authorities of any wolf sighting was in the newspaper. I thought that was sort of unusual. Did we have wolves in the area? Wouldn't that be newsworthy? Did anyone else see a wolf? Obviously, someone had, as the body was gone the following day. I also did not give the big gorilla story much further thought, even though through the years before the children came, my husband and I had both witnessed large dog-type footprints in our backyard. We mentioned those prints to our friend from our house, the animal control officer in a nearby town, who didn't seem surprised by her. To a friend of ours, the animal control officer in a nearby town, who didn't seem too surprised by our find. However, we never discussed anything further. This is I didn't give the big gorilla story much either, even though about the time we saw the dog in their backyard, our cat started to go missing. I found one of our cats, Pierre, the best hunter in the town, high up on my neighbor's roof. The house was 3 stories, with the first floor and second floor occupied by tenants, and the third an attic. Lots of those older homes in New England always had full attics. I called Pierre, managed to enter the building, climbed to the second floor with a clothes basket. I climbed onto the porch railing and put the basket above my head up to the house guards, and Pierre obligingly drove in. Thankfully, we managed to save our wonderful cat, even one of our friends asked why Pierre was up on the roof. Pierre was not scared of anything, but I was still not concerned. Back to the big gorilla story. When the children got a little older, we moved to North Carolina. It was in North Carolina when the children were near her teens, I found your Dogman Encounters program on YouTube. I listened intensely to the on the program. Recently, while driving down the street, I connected the dots. The idea jolted me, and my brain cells awoke. Wait a minute, I thought. Did they say big gorilla and something very fast when the children told me the story? Did the children have an encounter with something back years ago? I immediately spoke to our 12 and 14-year-old separately. Do you remember the time you told me a story about the big gorilla? The 12-year-old Directly told me every single thing she remembers. The animal was very large and fast. It had black hair and a long, bushy tail. It growled. It had paws with fingers. It had stood up and pushed on the window with its paws. It ran very fast and had jumped over the fence. It had run into the backyard and made a lot of noise of the thing. The 12-year-old said it did not have the face of a gorilla or a monkey, but she couldn't tell more about the face. The 14-year-old shivered when I asked if he remembered. He said he would never forget the thing that came out there. He remembers clearly as if it were yesterday. He, too, remembers the swiftness of the creature, the black hair on, how it had jumped the fence and was running amok from the front to the backyard. He said he doesn't know what it was and still doesn't, but he hopes he never has to see anything like it again. The children now know about Dogman, Bigfoot, and other cryptids. They didn't when they saw the big gorilla, though. Neither did I. We've received an education from listening to your program. We're well aware dogmen don't always stay in the forest. They're often seen among neighborhoods, and perhaps, just perhaps, the creature my children saw all those years ago was a dogman in a small town in New England. Anonymous. 12 p.m., summer of 2009. That's when it. All right. Let's see. Minnesota. Because we already did Michigan last week, so. All right. This should be good. I might go a little longer. I have been going for around 3 hours and 10 minutes. So, Otter Tail County, Minnesota encounter. I'll start off by saying I've never believed in any of these sorts of creatures, but I saw something in early 2009 that really disturbed me. It's making me change my mind. I was not under the influence of any drugs, and I had better than average eyesight, and the lighting was nearing sunset, but I was still able to see clearly. So I'll get this underway and explain my story, and maybe someone can shed light on this for me. I live in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. About an hour drive from Fargo, North Dakota. My mother-in-law lives out in the country about 3 or 4 miles out of Fergus Falls, and I was staying there with her while my wife and her mother went shopping in town. They called me and asked if I wanted to go to a 7 p.m. movie, so I left my house around 6:30, 6:45 p.m. to meet them at a theater. About 2 miles from their house on a country road known as the Wendell Road along the Mistinka River, I saw 3 white-tailed deer. 2 of the deer were rather small, probably just yearlings, and a large doe who I assumed was their mother. Me, being an avid hunter and lover of wildlife and future wildlife biologist, stopped to look at deer. I should also mention I hunt in the area and have spent my whole life in the Fergus Falls area. The deer were following a small creek bed, which is in fact the Mistinka River. So there were hardly any trees except for one, maybe because I didn't see it there. Because of the tree, but I just noticed something crouching behind the tree on the side of the road, looking at the deer, and to my belief, hunting them. It just sat there, looking at the deer, taking no notice of me, even though I was in my truck no more than 40 yards away with a clear view, with nothing obstructing my view. It had one hand on the tree, and it has hands in quotation, that it was bracing itself with. What struck me as shocking was that it seemed to be a 2-legged creature, not a 4-legged one. Its hands appeared to have opposable thumbs and were rather slender and long, very unlike a wolf. The creature looked as if it stood upright. It wouldn't be oh the creature looked as if it had up it wouldn't be oh it would be over 7 feet tall. With a protruding muzzle, broad shoulders, a slender waist, thick muscular thighs, and being as it was there was snow on the ground, I couldn't see the feet. He was deep dark brown in color throughout the body. After several seconds of looking at the creature shock, the deer ran off, and then something amazing happened. It looked right at me, as though blaming me for losing his meal. He just sat there looking at me and blinking, but not moving. This scared the crap out of me, so I hit the gas pedal and drove off. It was very dark after me, so I didn't feel like trudging through the 3.5 feet of snow with the possibility of a monster lurking in the air who is currently looking for a meal that I scared off. So around 10 a.m., I went back there and walked to the tree. Under the tree, there's no snow, so there's no tracks that I could see. But leaning up on the tree, there were 3 tracks leading in from my grandmother-in-law's field, which was hard dirt black. And if you know what a Minnesota field looks like in late winter, early spring, you know you can't make anything of there. The tracks I did find were about 6 to 7 inches in length, but they were clearly canine prints. With the exception of four toe marks in the snow. Well, that's my story. If anyone has any information on this, let me know. St. Louis County. They mentioned Air Force. This reminds me of when that occurred in Germany, I think in the 80s. First off, I like to keep my name confidential just for the fact that this happened on Air Force Base. And I don't know who reads this stuff. This happened sometime in September of 99, and I forgot the exact date. It was early in the month, though it was between 2 and 3 a.m. I was a security forces airman working third shift on base patrol. Now, this is an Air National Guard base that I work at full time. It's on the north side of Duluth, Minnesota, next to the international airport. North to northeast is nothing but large wooded areas, forest fields. Third shift on the base was pretty boring. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and us full-timers worked a skeleton crew. Usually only 5 to 6 of us on third shift. I was in the patrol truck doing my usual rounds, checking doors and fence lines. Late at night on the north side of the base was usually creepy enough while patrolling by yourself. Anyways, I was on this road driving towards our baseball field when my headlights caught a pair of eyes reflecting back at me. They were almost eye level with me, and I was singing an F-50. I'm not sure, an F-150. Around this time, a few guys had been seeing this huge buck around the property, like a 16-pointer or something that size. It's about 8 yards or so. So when I saw the eyes reflecting, when I saw those eyes reflecting me, I'm thinking it was a deer. I gotta see this thing. So I hit the gas and started speeding towards the field. As this happened so fast, it's almost hard to explain. There's just large. There was a little slope behind the baseball field. It sloped down probably around 12 to 15 feet into a brush line. The brush went about 30 feet and then turned into a thick tree line. The bush was probably armpit high to me and pretty tough to traverse through being so thick. As I turned into the baseball field and turned toward the truck toward the thing, I just caught the rear end of the thing leaping down the slope and outside of my headlights. The thing was no more than 20 feet ahead of me when it leaped. All I got a good look was the back of the thing. It was big. The best I can do to describe it is to say that was it was a wolf dog like in nature. It had a long tail longer than 2 feet. The hind legs looked exactly like that of a dog with this same with back paws, but the paws were huge. They were bigger than my hands for sure. The hair / fur was wavy yet matted and thick. The color was blanche or very light brown. I didn't notice any gray in it, but this happened within 2-3 seconds. I sat in my patrol car, confused and thinking, I know what I saw, but it couldn't have been what I saw. So I was hoping. So I hopped out with my flashlight and 16 walked to the edge of the slope. All I heard was this thing running from the woods in front of me, hearing in a northwest direction. And this thing sounded like a moose charging through the trees. It made enough noise. That's when I really started to get scared, thinking this is some sort of wolf or whatever it could be. My M16 rifle isn't going to do a thing to the sound. So I jumped into the back of my patrol truck as fast as I could and headed back to SF headquarters. I never told any of those members about this for fear of being ridiculed or being called crazy. There's no way I misidentify a thing. I'm a trained observer and avid hunter. I've worked with animal rehabilitation with the Minnesota DNR in the past. I know my animals in the North Woods extremely well. I saw exactly what I saw, and that was the back end of a large wolf dog thing that basically had its eyes level with mine while I was in a patrol truck. The back end was most definitely larger than any of the largest deer or black bears I've seen. The points I remembered the clearest were the tail and back paws, as well as the texture and color of the hair / fur. This is my story. I have never told it to anyone in fear of ridicule. I swear to be telling the truth. Anonymous. Date: early September of 1998. Time: 2:30 in the morning. So this is Aitkin County. All right. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go for. Or about. Remember, if you have any sayings, please feel free. Aitkin. I'm a city girl, so I don't know a thing about tracks. Last winter, I was at the cabin and saw prints in the snow next to the small creek near a frozen pond. The prints were a big circle with 3 smaller circles above the big circle. I wear a size 7 shoe, but wear a size 8 boot to provide room for extra socks. The print was bigger than my boot, which measures 11 inches long. I went home and looked on the internet to see what kind of print it was. After doing that, I decided it must have been a wolf. I heard about Dogman a month or so ago. I checked the Bemidji Wolf Center's website and discovered that wolf prints only get to be about 5.5 inches long. Since I don't know anything about tracks, I couldn't tell if this was a two or four-legged creature. That left the track. Of course, at the time, two-legged possibly was the first thing from my mind. I told my friends about the track and I thought that it might have been Dogman track. Although he was my friend, he said he didn't believe in Dogman. He said he went to high school with back in the 80s, whom my friend I played music with at the time said he saw the devil in the woods when he was up north hunting. He said it had red eyes and stood on two legs, had a dog head, was huge, and stared at him and jumped across a gully like it was nothing. One thing I forgot to mention was that I had a tough little left. I'm not sure. It's a type of dog. Lipsa Opsa with me when I saw the track. He is usually a fearless dog, but would not leave my side all that weekend. I couldn't even get him to go outside the cabin alone to go to the bathroom. Also, my 300-pound brother is afraid of the cabin and won't go up there alone. He doesn't believe in Dogman or Bigfoot, but rarely goes outside at dark. Once after fishing, I find myself in the sun after dark and rush back to the cabin, which is about 100 yards. I use the indoor bucket instead of the outhouse in the winter when the wires turn off. I'm going to make sure I put curtains up on the windows now that I heard your shows. You're a great host, and thank you for your service to help you out. Amy, afternoon, January 2015. This is. I kind of want to keep going. It was the summer of '97, and I was 13 years old. I was rollerblading from a part of town called Old College Grove. I guess I should start off by saying that the city where this happened was a suburb of St. Paul, Minnesota, called College Grove. It was around 9:30 p.m. So this happened in an actual city. So, I was rollerblading back from my girlfriend's house with a friend. We were coming around a bend in a road and went past a farm that I believe at the time was called Green Acres Farm. I guess after the show, you're old enough. I never watched that show. It was long before my time. I'm not exactly what it was they did on the farm, but I do know for sure at the time there were cattle of all different ages, sizes, and genders, which bring me to the conclusion that maybe I was just in the right place at the wrong time. As I was rounding the bend in the road to start coming uphill, I felt a very strong sense of fear. It was like my body telling me to get the heck out of there, yet I couldn't figure out why. I can't tell you this much, though. For the first time and only time in my life, I felt like I was no longer at the top of the food chain. Right when I started to pick up pace, get out here, when I heard a sound that came from. Oh, hello? Sorry, my sister. I believe was right When I heard it sounded like it came from a pen. Maybe 15 to 20 yards behind me, it sounded like the nails were grabbing a polar fence, then would sound like a dog's paw and claws, sound like when walking or running on a tile flare, except the sound like a quicker leap on the street pavement. As I turned to look, there stood what looked to be a wily gray-haired werewolf. It was like time stopped. There was a streetlight at the time in the woods, maybe 5 feet behind us. So all I can make out was the silhouette of this monster. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, with what looked like the head of a German Shepherd, with huge ears and a huge muzzle. I could see this thing was built like a bodybuilder. It stood bipedal like a man, not like what some folks would say. These things have dog-like limbs, but has long, slim hand with black nails on its fingertip. It had a slim waist, but its upper body was muscular beyond belief. The thing that always struck me was, besides the point of seeing this thing in the first place, was its head was turned to the side and now up in the air. One of the things that really stuck out was and was out of place. Was that I could see this thing breathe as though it was winter. But mind you, it was the end of June, almost July. It looked as if though it was smelling my scent, but that's just what it looked like. I'm not positive. Before I knew, I was yelling to my friend to get the heck out and to not look back. But it's almost as if it thought he was in another world, because he seemed to feel, let alone see what I had just experienced. I saw my artist and drew a picture of what I saw, which was a werewolf. Fast forward 17 years later, and I still hadn't told anyone about this encounter. So my older brother and I were trading stories one summer evening, and it just sort of came up. We were talking about Bigfoot. Mind you, my brother's a firm believer in this animal. So I said, the heck with it, and started telling him about what happened during the point. Going to pull out the original drawing I drew it. To my surprise, he didn't look at me or laugh at me like I was positive he was. Instead, he started to ask me if I had ever heard of the Michigan Dogman or seen anything on it, which I replied to no. He then pulled me up an image on the internet of a sketch that an eyewitness had drawn. And I swear to you, it sent shivers down my spine, because it not only looked like my drawing, it looked exactly like the thing I had seen in the summer of 1997 in Old College Grove, Minnesota. To this day, I find myself trying to wrap my head around what I saw. I'm 33 years old now, and uh, yet still, I find myself trying to rationalize what I crossed paths with that night. It feels good to get this out there off my chest. I hope someone finds something helpful in this experience, and hope this sort of thing never happens again. Anonymous. 0900 p.m. June 28th, 1997. And that's the last one from Minnesota, which I initially wanted to go just to Minnesota, but why not? So there doesn't appear to be any I know New York's a hotbed, but why don't we just see how far we go? So let's do Missouri and Montana. 10. Because I am getting pretty tired as well. So, Pulaski County and Missouri. And this person says, I should start by explaining that my partner and I are experienced Bigfoot investigators who are in a unique situation as we have a family group living in our research area. Last October, during full moon, my partner and I were on our hilltop having quite a bit of success with two juvenile and one adult that we noticed. We could hear them walking in the leaf litter, and everyone noticed in a while we also could hear a clack or wood knock from different locations. After a while, it seemed to be like the feeling of fun for them dissipated and became a lot more cautious. Mike heard something to our north. Oh, this could get. And went away down to investigate while I stayed at the camp and make sure it wasn't a diversion. He came back in a rush and said he had seen one of the young ones come out of the wood line, running for the other side of the fire break, and what was following. He said he couldn't comprehend it. It was about 6 foot tall with pointy ears and a long top. At this point, I have to say neither of us had given any creed to the Dogman, Wolfman, Grassman theory. We just thought it was a mistaken identification of a Bigfoot or bear. I purchased. So this could be a first case of a Dogman hunting a Sasquatch. Like, that's crazy. That's almost unbelievable to comprehend. I had purchased a 40 cal handgun and some hydro shock ammo for it. Earlier that day, it was in my vehicle. After Mike had explained what he had seen, I retrieved my weapon and loaded it. All the while, we could hear the two young ones shouting and the big one stopping all to our backside. They were pissed off, some upset about something, and never acted that way with us. I had Mike take me down the fire break to where he saw this creature with spotlights. We scanned the air. We could hear something moving around before a few short growls. Finally, Mike caught with the spotlight going between trees, and eyewitness is something that I would never have dreamed seeing, except on a movie screen. A 6-foot wolf walking on its hind leg. I fired my weapon into the air and turned to the southeast in the wood. We cautiously made our way back to camp, but we could hear this pacing us to our left. As we got back to camp, we kept listening to this thing approach us from the woods. Mike turned on the spotlight, and I levered my gun wherever the sound would come. It approached us without fear, and it felt like we both of us, without fear, and it felt to both of us like it was talking to us, as it was one of the juveniles that Mike had witnessed. It came out from between the trees, and I shot it square in the ribs at 20 yards. We measured the next day, very good shot. I saw the woman I knew without a doubt I had hit. It fell to the ground, but immediately got up and ran to the southeast. We could hear it crash through the brush, and we even heard it fall down and trip over something, but continued to head in a pretty much south direction down the hill, parallel the fire break. We were both freaked by this and broke camp and left next morning. I loaded a few extra clips and went back to see if it died somewhere or just wounded, so we felt it. We had to track it down. We did track it from the point where I shot all the way down to the camp where it made such a ruckus where it fell. The leaf litter was upended and fairly and was fairly easy to track. At one point, we did find a perfect canine track in a mud ridge, but it was over 8 inches across. The thing that absolutely baffled us was there's no blood trail, none. We both saw a bull hit, he had no blood. We tracked it all the way down the canyon until we lost the trail. We talked to a Native American couple we know, and they immediately said a skinwalker. We contacted a few other and trying to figure out what the hell happened. I mentioned before that took any creed from any Dogman reports, but I do know that neither of us want to experience again. Never gone in the woods unarmed since. That's really interesting. So this thing allegedly was stalking juvenile Sasquatch, and then it got whiff of these two hunters, and well, it looks like the hunter just like the old saying goes, "Fuck around, you find out." That's a very interesting one. I might have to go back to that. Chesterfield County. Let's see. So this one immediately began. I saw three of them eating something big and bloody in the field. They saw me, eating, and followed me back to the farm when I got out of there. This happened more than 50 years ago. It was forbidden to talk about in the family, lest the neighbors think we were crackpots. Now all the old folks are gone, and I've told my children about what I saw that day. They said I should write it down, but I think I'll leave it up to them to do. There were other strange things going on in the area, but at the time we didn't connect them with them together. If my aunts and uncles did know what was going on, they wouldn't tell us kids. It's been cathartic to talk about, and I'm so pleased to see that others have seen and do. But I have to tell you, to think back on something I've been trying to get for over 50 years is terrible. It was so frightening. I haven't been able to get a good night's sleep thinking back on all that gore and those things' faces. I truly believe they would have eaten me if they hadn't just eaten. When I finally told Warren what happened, I was called a bald-faced liar and give good being. Then the folks went to the field and to the truck that I hid in and saw the gore, blood, scratches, print, and all that. Later, an uncle up the road, about 5 miles, had these prints come up to his house. He had taken a picture of them, and there's a newspaper article about how some sort of huge crap was farmed. I don't know if it had anything to do with those critters or not. A neighbor's farm that was owned by a wealthy family compared to us had a prize bull go missing. I bet that had something to do with those things. He was a huge thing and very ornate. They never found a trace. I know this is choppy and not clear, but it still makes me nervous to talk about after all this time. Anonymous, afternoon in the summer, date over 50 years ago, and 50 years from when? I'm not sure when this was published. So this is St. Louis County. I was rolling the trash cans out for pickup the next day. It was late, so I grabbed a flashlight and walked back out the door, unlocked the gate, and was dragging the can while walking backwards. As I passed the fence, it blocked my view of a neighbor's garage. That's when my light hit this wolf creature and instantly froze. This creature was about 20 feet away, and I could see clearly that it was crouching. When our eyes met, it turned to its right and fell on all fours and leapt at my neighbor. his driveway in one jump. That driveway is about 12 feet wide. The creature was about 8 feet tall and maybe 300 pounds. It looked kind of thin around the waist, but was very muscular. I dropped the trash can and panicked saying, I ran inside and grabbed my gun and locked myself in my room. I've never felt fear like that before. When the lights hit its eyes, they were vibrant yellow colors. His fur was short and charcoal colored. I could hear the clicking of his claws when he dropped down on all fours. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't sleep a wink that night. It really made me question my sanity. Furthermore, it made me seek a concealed carry weapon permit. Just a few nights ago, I heard something whimpering when it was just starting to get dark. I slammed my window shut and hit the lights. I lay down on my bed with my AR-15 that night. Anonymous. 10:15 p.m. 11/19/2015. I believe that's all for C. Montana. Carbon. I'll try and go to 7. That's what I'll do. I'll just try and go to 7. Hello? You're asleep. I'm probably the youngest person to come out about this. I'm 16, grew up here in Montana, and am very active in the outdoors. When I was about 4 or 5, I lived with my parents in a small town next to the highway. Our house was right next to it, and my room faced a gravel road that went into the highway. It was summer, and we didn't have AC, so I would leave my window open at night so I could stay cool. One night, I woke up and noticed a silhouette standing outside my window. My eyes focused until I saw it had a furry outline and those frosty blue eyes it was using to look at me. I sat up in my bed, frightened, but I didn't feel the need to yell for my pants or anything. It was just kind of stared at me. Well, looking at it, I saw it had pointed ears with tufts of fur like lynx have, and a muzzle like a German Shepherd. That's a common thing, is the German Shepherd, either the ears or the muzzle. It's either the ears. It was fairly muscular and was almost resting on my window, so like it was leaning up against it. We stared at each other for a good couple minutes, then it smiled at me like a duck doesn't even tilt its head. It then backed away from my window, walked across my yard to our chain link fence, and literally stepped over it. I got on my bed to watch this thing as it got down all fours and ran down the road and across the highway, listening. I heard it yip and bark on the other side, which was prairie with a booty and then forest. It was almost like it was calling to others. Looking back at us, I feel like maybe it felt I didn't pose a threat. Maybe it was just curious. Back then, I was a little kid. Now I'm a lot bigger. I'm 6'7" and weigh about 200. So I'm thinking if I ever saw one of those again, I probably wouldn't get the same reaction. This doesn't seem. This seems like, because I know that sometimes they do smile, and dogs can actually. They have the appearance of a smile. They can't obviously smile like we can. Obviously, a dog shows emotion by wagging its tail. It's not like the anime ones like Balto where the dogs can smile. It's like, honestly, this Dogman didn't seem like it was that pending. It's mid-August of 2004. So that was Carbon. This is Cassaday County. Uh, I just want to judge how long this is. I was on my way to work at Planet Fitness. My shift was 0600 to 1400. So 06. So 0600 to 1400. And I walked to work from a trailer court on the outskirts of a town. And it's a long walk. I usually leave at 0400 hours to give myself plenty of time to get the convenience store and get a cup of coffee and my snacks and drinks when I leave the trailer I was staying at. I walk up the road to the front entrance and turn right onto the up road. It is a very quiet area. I usually only encounter the same 2 or 3 vehicles driving into town. Obviously, people who were working early like me. Well, there are no sidewalks, so I had to walk on the road and get off the road when a vehicle is coming by. I have been walking this route since March, and I've been doing it with the rising sun. However, it's September, and now I'm thinking I'll walk, and I'm walking in darkness of coming winter, and I was expecting a lot of problems with having no light of my own. I was needing for my own safety and also to light my way in the darkness. There are only like street lights that's not enough to light up the road. So I was walking around this hillside and curve road to the west and then curve to the north if you're traveling north on Upper River Road. Now where it curves north, there's a gravel road that connects Upper River Road and the railroad track then meets up and run parallel to Upper River Road. And on the side of those tracks is Lower River Road, and they run parallel for about half a mile. Then they split again as you get towards the park and housing area that runs adjacent to park. I am just getting to where the tracks are going parallel to the road. I'm walking down the road and I start to hear a few things that sound like animals moving in the brush. I hear rocks that are moving as if something is standing on them and suddenly move. I spin my flashlight my son had let me use. It was a bright light, a very nice one. As my light shines on the deer, that's what I'm assuming that is diving over to the other side. I am sure I didn't see any black where its head should be, and I didn't see any white where its tail should be. No, this was all wrong for what I saw. It looked like a cat's hind paws and a tail that was kind of like bushy. It didn't look like a mountain lion's tail. Now I feel a great deal of adrenaline pumping. I am suddenly feeling like a sudden sensation of fear, and I am in a situation where I'm in position of being in the path of a mountain lion. Then I hear what sounds like bare feet slapping on the asphalt, similar to what it sounded like when you hear people that are barefoot at the pool. The slapping of feet and the thud of wood as they walk or run. However, I am not the only one hearing this thing right. I am feeling the weight of footsteps I don't know what I'm hearing. I do know that what I'm hearing is running away on two legs and it's very fast. As it's only about 150 yards away from me now. I am looking at the road in front of me and I have 200 yards to go to get the next street, which is the corner of the park in the housing area adjacent to the park. I am also going through a construction work area where those orange traffic cones, the one with the octagon base and round orange reflective pole in the area mill. I think they're called D-liners, and they were about 40 inches tall. I know that this thing is up there because I can hear it snapping and breaking tree limbs as if it's going through the lines of the trees and bushes that is in the small drain ditch between the tracks and upper river road down by the start of the park and the first house on the corner. There's a street lit on the house side of the street, which is what I have to get to in order to see what I'm actually looking at. After I hear the snapping of sounds of it coming back over the tracks and crossing the drain ditch, now I see what looks like a huge dog walking on all fours. It's not like a deer as I thought. I hear what sound. It's a loud popping noise, and there's another one that is a very loud sound, and it's now staying on two legs. And I am just going through the process of being in a situation where I'm looking at something that doesn't really work out of my mind. It looks like a werewolf, and those are only in scary movies and scary stories. But I'm looking at staying side by side of the road underneath a street lamp. I'm not sure how long it is. I have never been looking at this. I'm not sure how long it is, but I have been looking at this thing. I've been looking at it, but now I have a sense of fear of dread and fear that I have never felt before. I can now see the eyes shining. It's sniffing the air, and it suddenly turns its head quickly in my direction, and it's looking at me. I don't know how long it was looking at me for. And I was looking at it, but it's the first time I noticed the side because it's stepping on to the road and on the road, and there are those 4-foot delinear posts on the side of the road. I noticed that the posts were about up to its upper thigh. They're just up to my chest when I walk by, and I see that this thing is at least 8.5 feet to 10 feet tall, and it is very muscular, and I can see the muscle definition contraction as it moves through the construction area, then goes beyond the houses on the corner. I can see the backyard motion lights come on as it walks into the backyard of a house and is walking up the hill, where I can hear him moving through the brush and overhang of the trees in the backyard. I have to get to work. I tell myself I'm able to break out the spell and hell my mind being blown. I can't hear anymore, and I ran past the yard to go to work. Kevin, Tapha, time 4:45, date 9/12/19. Well, Kevin, I just want a recommendation. Please get a car in the future and stop walking. I don't care how nice you feel. If those things are there, you should get a car, and also get concealed carry. Because as we saw in a couple of these stories, guns do work on this creature. And I think that we should do some more. So we did all the M's, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Nebraska. Let's do Nebraska. Douglas and Doge count. I think I'll go until 7. So Douglas. My brother and I were waiting at our bus stop at our usual corner stop. It's about 3 blocks away from our house, and there's a pretty dense wood Creek nearly 1 to 2 blocks behind our bus stop. The first thing I noticed that was off was my brother was staying completely rigid, staring intently down the long road. There are only 2 streetlights and a few automatic course lights down there. I shook him a little bit and asked him what he's looking at. He shushed me, and almost immediately, out of the corner of my eye, I saw this large black kid darting on 2 legs across the street to the line of houses on the other side before disappearing. Thankfully, our bus arrived soon afterwards, and so we got out of there. Anonymous. Time 6:50 a.m. Date 10/5/2016. What? Yeah, I'm coming. Be right back. Excuse me. I'm just going to I need to water plants, and I will be right back. I'm back. Like, this will be our last one. I was camping near a lake at a packed campground. The moon was not quite full, but full enough that it dimly lit the night. I decided to take a walk around to the other end of the lake where I sat at the edge of the lake and gazed at the moon's reflection on the water and up at the stars for 5 minutes. My attention was then pulled to a large log that was in the water approximately 8 feet from me to my right, as I saw ripples in the water. In the I almost thought I said Rifa. Yes, I saw Eric. He saw Eric July in the water, and in the moonlight, I made out the head of a dog, coal black, and a human torso, which was a layer shade. I couldn't make out its legs, and it was laying on the log. It must have been observing me for the X entire time I sat on the water's edge, completely oblivious of its presence because it made no sound. Once I noticed it, it began intently saying bizarre figure with my eyes, trying to figure out what my eyes were seeing. It slightly moved and appeared to become nervous as it looked towards the bank, then back to me to its right. It did this several times in sort of a panic, fast jerking type motion with its head. I quickly realized there's something or someone else on the bank to my but was hidden because of a large bush, and it was communicating with it by language. And the and thought of this totally free and the thought of this totally freaked me out. Worse than seeing a dog's head on the horse torso of a human atop a log. Inside I felt panic, instant fear, but I took a deep breath and slowly stood up and walked backward until my feet hit the trail. Then I turned and ran back to my campsite, fueled by total adrenaline. About 1/4 of a mile away, I was too scared to look over my shoulder. I told nobody what I saw, and I thought I witnessed a demon and have felt like I narrowly escaped some with my life concerning. Even though it was not aggressive towards me, I just can't shake that feeling. I just had no explanation for it, and have felt like I had put myself in moral danger because I had been so unaware of my surroundings. A lesson learned from my experience, and when the memory would enter my mind, I tell myself how dumb I was and shiver and try to block out the memory. It was just too disturbing of an experience, but the memory kept returning as I questioned my what exactly was seen that night. Was it a demon? Now I can lay my question to rest because stumbled upon your YouTube channel and I've listened for 2 days straight to others' encounters. Now I know there is such a creature that exists in the world, and now 100% I saw a Dogman on that night. The experience scared me so much that I felt the need to run from my life from it, but I also was unarmed, so perhaps it did not perceive me as a threat or that easy a meal with all campers around. Or they are not all bad, but do emit fear that humans pick up on once they are seen. In closing, I will add that did feel compelled for I did feel compelled for some like a pull to walk at and sit in that spot. I also don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's something. It's also something I wonder about. Well, thanks for reading. It all feels so good to tell someone anonymous. Time 1:30 a.m. Summer of 2014. Douglas and Doge County, Nebraska, Nevada. Let's Mineral County. Perhaps that will be our last one. Mineral. I grew up in a town called Hawthorne, located in Nevada. Hawthorne is located right next to Walker's Lake, the main highway from Hawthorne to Reno is Highway 95, which if you search on Google Map, and we are going to, so from my research, it looks like it, and I forgot to share this. In Mineral County. I grew up in a town called Hawthorne, which if you use Google Earth, you can see runs right between Walker Lake and a mountain range. This creates a small area of the highway that is affected of the cliff. When I was 14, my grandparents, mom, and I were coming home from a late long doctor's appointment in Rio. My grandfather was driving, and we hit the cliffs a little after 11:30 a.m. I was in the passenger seat to help keen my grandfather awake, but I still think it was just so I would sing folk song with him. Anyway, about 1/3 of the way around the cliff, heading towards Hawthorne, there's a small area where the road pulls away from the mountain and creates a small cover area. As we started to come upon it, we saw a large animal crossing the road, dragging another animal's child, and it stopped in this alcove. My grandpa thought first that I might get my first look at a live mountain lion, so he slowed down. When he got within 100 of feet of it, he turned on the bright light to our side. There was no mountain lion. We only had a couple of seconds to look at after my grandpa turned on the bright, because right after the light hit wherever it was, it turned to look at us 1 second, and the next it led straight up the side of the mountain and out of sight, leaving mangled body of a fox. My grandpa hit the gas in the old Buick we were in, jumped, waking up the woman in the back seat. I'd never seen my grandfather truly scared before, but he was physically shaking on afterward. I remember the sheer bulk of the thing and the fact that it looked like a really large bodybuilder when it jumped in the same fashion as a human, with its arm reaching out toward the rock over its head. It had long, thick fur, but you can see the muscle definition. Blech. I can't read. I don't remember such the facial features, but I remember the pure terror when that thing turned and looked at the car with yellow shining eyes. I even pissed myself. I have come practically face to face with a polar bear, and I was as scared as when we saw this thing. Now, I don't believe in werewolves, and I haven't seen anything since, but I hope I never do. Let's see. Yes, Hillsborough County. I was going through the hiking trail with my dog behind my town's local high school fairly late one night. I'd gone there plenty of time before, since I was young and I wasn't so frightened. While I was walking, he kept trying to stop and was whimpering, which was strange because he's normally a very brave dog. After walking for about 10 minutes longer, I heard huge branches crashing and breaking. That's when I started to become frightened and decided to turn back. Well, walking back, I could tell something was following me. I was terrified. Suddenly, after a few seconds, this creature leaped in front of me across the trail. The creature had long, dark fur and was enormous. It wasn't a bear. It was like a very muscular, huge wolf. After seeing this, I picked up my dog and sprinted off the trail without seeing it again. That was easily one of the most terrifying nights of my life. Logan Morrow, time 11:30 p.m., date 6/1/17. Holy crap. Seeing New Mexico. Two of them, so I don't think we're gonna. Reminds that we're not gonna finish this, but who knows? For some background info, I was raised in the desert southeast of New Mexico on two different ranches. So I'm very well versed in local flora and fauna of our beautiful state. I even used to act semi-professionally for hunters and our local trapper. I know the curs in this state. We always live on very remote ranches, 50, sometimes 75 miles from the nearest actual town. My senior year of high school, I moved out on my own, being part of the DECA program. I to live closer to my job and school, living about 12 miles from the Artesia, New Mexico, where my school and job were. They seem to be living right now in a town after all of that. Are they? I guess my story starts in April of 1991. And my boyfriend and I were rooming with a couple in a trailer just outside of Lakewood, New Mexico. We rented a room from sometimes watched their two kids as part of our rental agreement. For a few weeks in that April, a lot of neighboring landowners had been complaining about wild dogs coming up to the river and harassing their dogs and scaring the livestock. We're about a mile from the Pecos River, and wild dogs have indeed been a problem in the area. One guy even reported some structural damage to one of his chickens' coop. The couple we lived with had two dogs, both of them medium-sized terrier mixes. Neither one of them were on the cowardly side. They had been getting very skittish about going outside one night, so much so that we had to make sure to let them out right at sunset and again at sunrise because they would not leave the trailer house otherwise at night. One Saturday night around 11 p.m., I know it was a Saturday because I had neither work or school. Near the end of the month, the four of us were sitting around watching TV and just basically talk about stuff when the dogs, who were asleep in the master bedroom on the far east side of the house, started growling and barking at the window on the south wall of the bedroom. This was very unusual behavior for him, so we all got up to see what they were about. By the time we got up there, the dog had shifted from their barking away from the window and continued barking at the wall along the wall like they could smell something there, but it was moving. It was very strange. And when they came up to the end of the room, their barking just went crazy. Suddenly, further down from the wall, at the same time, about where the kitchen was, we heard this loud thump and scuffling sound. It was powerful enough that we actually felt it. With it being an 8 by 16 trailer house, the dog got to this point where just completely lost it. They cried out on a high-pitched whine and just dove under the bed. We all ran out of the bedroom down the hall into the kitchen to see what the heck was up. Peering out the kitchen hall was a pointless as it was lay there. There was a peering out the window was pointless. it was late there, and there was cloud cover, the moon wasn't out yet. We heard the scruffing noise again from further down the house, and we went to the living room to see what's up. We were really confused at this point. The next few moments seemed to happen in slow motion. Appearing in the living room window from the left and looking right in us from the glass. I don't know what. From shoulder up, I can only describe as a mad dog. The choice looked like you were short we can. Oh God, I'm so tired. But it had the head of what looked like to be a Rottweiler and the teeth. Oh God, the teeth on the thing. All four of us screamed at the same time. And I guess that scared off because it disappeared. That image is where I was seeing in my head. Also on note, this was a trail house, so the bottom of that window was easily 6 foot off the ground, meaning this thing was sorry, something else. It's the teeth of it all four screen I get. So, meaning this thing was 7 foot tall, 7 foot something. No matter how big of a dog or wolf it was, it could not have stood up and looked at us and we're like, the guys being guys immediately grabbed their shotguns and head out the door, even though I told them it was bad. Super dark, dead, big unknown creature. No, I guess they were looking out for around some 20 minutes before they came back and said they couldn't see anything. The light from the house shined on it, and being so close to it were the only reason we saw in the first place. None of us really slept well that night. It just creeped. Next morning, I got up early and decided to have a look around to see if there were any tracks to identify what the heck it was. The grass and weeds that were right beside the house pretty much hid any tracks it made there. Although I did find where it looked as if something had clawed at the sliding door along the bottom of the house in a couple of places, making a thump and scuffling sound the night before. I decided to follow the tracks the guys had made, and that was when I made a second unnerving discovery. The guys made clear tracks in the center, and wherever it was, it did as well, because it was pretty much circling them the entire time they were out there. At a distance of about 40 feet. The tracks were huge, canine, and switched back and forth from 4 track to 2, meaning that I was walking by hill for at least half the time circled them. Just freaking creepy. Anonymous. 11 p.m. Date April 1999. I think that's going to be. I mean, that's creepy. We're probably going to have to do a part 3 on this. Like the video, comment, and subscribe, and share this. I'm just baffled by these cases. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.